toasted.
I'm sorry. You know I
Pull
love
up
you.
some lubes, you're gonna fuck him like that.
Yeah, don't do it with so many people watching.
Well, that's kind of hot.
Yeah.
Right, I thought you were that.
Eh,
No? Okay.
Nah?
No,
maybe
he's like-
kinda. Depends
He's
on.
like a
It
shy
depends on the
pooper.
audience.
That's fair. That's where I'm at too.
Like,
Anyways, hello Twitch.
Hi.
Oh, we're
Hello.
on Twitch. Hi.
Oh, yeah, we've been live for like 20
Yeah.
or 30 seconds.
Oh no.
Guys, here's a new poll. Can you pee while people are watching you?
Yeah.
Sure.
No.
No, yeah. When you go to a public urinal and there's someone next to you, you can't pee.
Listen to this man and urinal. Listen to this man.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wasn't
they
gonna-
fucking say urinal here all the time.
I wasn't gonna call
Urinal.
him out on
You're
the mic.
right.
That was very mean.
Yeah.
Irish. No, it's okay because it's not like an ESL thing. It's an Irish thing. You can make fun of
Yeah.
the Irish. You just can't make fun of
Yeah,
yourself.
it's an Irish.
If you're not making
Right.
fun of the Irish, are you really living?
I'm like, I'd better start saying urinal here, or they're gonna think I'm foreign.
It does require some clarification. Are you just talking like you're at a stall next to somebody, or are they like watching your dick?
Like, just you think there are people watching you.
Okay, yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah.
At a urinal or whatever.
Yeah.
Then yeah, no problem.
That's because you're an exhibitionist. Everyone else.
Well, I'm not
I got a problem with
getting
that.
off to it. No, that's
Kiss
weird.
exhibitionist.
I'm only
but
a
do you
piss
pee-
exhibitionist.
Do you pee
Exhibitionist.
harder when there are people around, or is
I
it
do
more
the
modest?
Normal. I do the normal pee.
I actually do pee harder when people are around because I feel like it's a good way to emasculate them if it sounds like my pee stream is stronger.
That guy pees so hard. He must.
Yeah.
Fucking
Yeah, we
hate
can,
his shit.
can also make like a competition of like, hey, look how hard I can pee.
Yeah.
Fried
Make that
chicken
fried
in there?
chicken, yeah.
I'm sorry. This is where we're starting.
That's the only good comic on the internet.
Look at how hard I can pee.
Look how hard I can pee. It's real good.
3 fucking paddles, and it's perfect.
No expressions, and yet there's so much just
So
emotion
much
conveyed.
feeling. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Anyways, welcome back. We
Hello.
needed a bit of a detox break after last session,
Sure do.
so that's why we're talking about piss, apparently. But yeah, we're gonna be down dash today, and hopefully Biscuit will be joining us shortly.
Yeah.
But until then, we're gonna get started.
Small-
Last we had left off, you guys had had a big old fight. Stein was struck down in battle, and miraculously was saved by something. Was rushed to Lady Nubutani's palace, where some doctors began tending to him. The rest of you walked over to her palace as well and were invited in. And now you guys have a couple weeks of downtime while Stein recovers from his very grievous injuries. So we're just kind of going to go through that. And we're at a weird kind of point narratively, kind of a major turning point where I'm just going to hand over a lot of stuff to you guys, or like a lot of narrative control to you guys, because it's kind of up to you at this point. World your oyster, sandbox, figure out what you want to do, and it's kind of your time to make your choices.
Except me, I'm stuck in bed.
Well, even you. Might be the next couple sessions, just as you guys figure out kind of where you want to go, what you guys want to investigate, what's takes priority, that sort of thing.
You want to put me in like one of those little red wagons you drag around?
I imagine we just get you a papoose.
No, they'll shake me a
I was
lot.
gonna say we need the stability. I think you need to stay in bed.
Yeah.
Maybe
I'll
a
stay here
chair.
for a
I
week.
imagine that like after the first week or so, you can probably get a chair or something.
Yeah.
Do we want to roll initiative for it?
Did you mean
Sure.
like a wheelchair?
Let's roll this.
Yeah, like a wheelchair. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, like just a regular chair.
Yeah, just
Just a regular chair. We're just gonna
Just
tie him
scoot
to a chair.
Yeah, we're gonna make that
Move you from
horrible
a
chair
bed to a
scooting
chair.
noise all around town.
You guys can drag your tokens out and then roll initiative.
I'm doing this by time because I have to think of what the fuck I'm doing with all this downtime while Jupiter goes crazy.
I gave you guys a whole week.
I know, and I've put some thought into it. Hey, we have a biscuit.
You know what?
Biscuit.
Hi.
We're just in time. We're rolling initiative.
Nice.
Yeah, drag your token out and roll initiative.
It's downtime initiative. We're going to talk about what we're doing during downtime.
No. No.
Wow.
Stop.
Oh, good, you went first.
Hey, Alistair goes first. Or maybe Kohaku will, knowing
Oh, this is-
how fast this initiative is.
I always waste good rolls on initiative, especially when I don't want to.
If you guys want, I can have Dara go first.
Sure.
I'm into
We
that.
kind of already know what he wants to do.
I'm intrigued. I like story time. Hey, holy
Yeah.
fuck.
Told you.
Crap.
All right. Biscuit, would you like to go first, or would you like Nara to go first?
I don't want to see because you've named someone specific. Now I feel like I'm.
He's not here.
Now it feels wrong.
Nara
Oh.
in this case is
He's
straight
not
doing
here.
a little monologue to buy you more time to think of what you're
yeah,
doing.
do that, Dre.
Yeah.
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 Give you time to think about it.
So yeah, basically we're just rolling initiative to figure out an order so that you guys can go over what you guys do during your downtime. For Nara, a lot of that involves at least some of the initial stuff. First of all, Nico grows rapidly over the next couple of weeks. It's a cool experience because he has a full dragon now, but for Nico, it's probably not the most pleasant thing. For anybody who still remembers being a kid growing up and getting like growing pains, Nico's kind of like going through an extreme version of that for like 3 weeks. But he does sprout some tiny little baby wings, which he begins to flap around, much to, I'm sure, Nara's chagrin, as he is now stuck with essentially a toddler that can fly and can't really be contained anymore.
Uh-huh.
We talking parrot or like bumblebee flaps?
I don't know what the second one is.
Bumblebees, like they're flapping
Oh,
really.
Bumblebee.
Yeah,
I thought you said-
Bumblebee. Like the bee
I-
movie.
Yeah, it's a little bit Bumblebee-ish. It's a little like weighty
tired
and
really fast.
kind of clumsy.
I like that your association with bees wasn't actual bees.
Right, it's
it was
the bee
specifically
movie.
the bee movie.
Because they have that quote about,
Oh,
in
true.
all physics and aeronautics,
okay.
a bee should be
Which-
able to fly.
For the record, is entirely horseshit. We know
Yeah.
exactly how bees fly, but, not important.
Incorrect. But yeah, he takes. So Kohan is kind of built on the side of a bit of a like the lake, and there's a bit of a cliff that goes over and kind of looks over the lake. And so Nara takes Nico out there for the next couple days, and periodically, like I guess Nico to jump off and try and fly, and he inevitably kind of like crashes into the water and slowly like doggy paddles back to shore, and they spend a good amount of time practicing and training out there. Nara also spends some time doing some other stuff that I don't know what he's gonna choose to do, so he's gonna retcon some of that. But yeah, that's kind of his thing. That's the majority of what he's focused on at the moment. As for Kohaku,
Oh boy.
when does Kohaku get up during some
I
of his
don't
downtime?
know. I missed the last setup. How much is this downtime? We're in Kohan?
So it's theoretically 3 weeks. Time is going to get a little bit wibbly wobbly here because we're going to be jumping kind of back and forth between the like long explanation of what you guys are doing and kind of jumping back to look at some specific time points during this period. But yeah, you can. It's essentially just like what does your level up process look like?
I learn how to cast haste just enough that I can only target myself, and I only get it for 1 round.
Okay. Are you using actual magic for that?
No, it's
Oh,
just
the
action
fighter
surge.
thing.
Okay, I didn't know if we saw you like practicing magic. That'd be intriguing.
Maybe, but it would be. Oh, I could flavor it magic.
You could.
Ooh, what if we flavored it magic?
Well,
What if we
then
did
you'd be
that?
vulnerable to anti-magic field.
No, I'd be immune to it. It's not really magic.
Do you go to any of the NPCs that you know of and kind of like seek out training? Do you spar with anybody, or do you just go off on your own and begin practicing?
I think I've said enough to Nibatani. I don't want to talk to the guy at the casino. I want to hang out with Teru, but
Do it.
so probably exercise and training in the daytime, magical meditation, maybe a little bit of that, some painting and calligraphy, some chilling and like showing face around town, and then as soon as the sun goes down, it's blitzed every single night. Let's go.
Excellent.
Hell yeah.
What does Kohaku's training kind of look like? Or is it just him going over sword forms, or
Yeah, he'll grab a little wooden sword stick thing and like swing it around a little bit. You know, go targets, do sparring, whatever. I'm sure there's a dojo in town I can go chill at.
oh yeah, there's several.
Get my ass kicked by the master.
There is a point while you're kind of going over some of your sword forms that Talon comes and asks if she can join you.
Okay. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, she just kind of like joins you and practices some sword forms with you. And her technique is obviously extremely different from yours, but yeah, spend a
Yeah.
couple nights and she kind of just joins you in sparring.
All of my katas are named after flowers.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do you actually have them all named?
No.
Okay.
Oh, that sounds like a fun project, though.
You should.
This is
Um,
Hyacinth.
Over
Hyacinth
the
is the
course
death
of your leveling up process, because you are the first player to do this, you are the first one that's going to get this.
Ooh.
Ooh.
The clap.
I'm going to send you a thing, some secret stuff, and you get to pick your choice of one of these.
Okay, if it's my magical demon curse getting bigger, like I'm conflicted.
I promise that it's not. For the purposes of the thing that I'm going to send you, I'm going to also reveal a thing for all of you. This
Oh my
is a
gosh.
list of
Ooh.
all the cantrips based on their elemental types.
There's a rabbit sleep. I want it. I want that one.
Oh, arcane weapon is void. I'm so aroused.
But yeah, I'm going to send you this on Telegram.
I don't even know what this means yet. I just know that arcane weapon is on my list, and that makes me excited.
I was gonna say you've got some good ones on your list.
Fuck.
It's got Void has the smallest list, but it has some of the best options.
Absolutely. Toll the Dead's on there. Toll the Dead's so good. What is Formless Blade?
That's really cool. That's one of the bard spells.
My homebrew.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Hang on, I gotta
Oh
go
my
look that up.
god, Jay. How can I pick? Oh no.
Yeah. Kohakus were actually some of my favorites.
Oh, I want to see. You have
Oh my god!
You
how
have
can
to-
I choose?
You have to share. You have to share.
No, you don't. You don't have to share shit if you
Share
don't want
later.
to. You can if you want, but it's up to you.
I have
Reveal
to
it
do,
when the time is
I have
right.
to do the last one. I just kind of have to.
So, well, that's
But-
the jump one.
but
If there's a
the-
jump option, you have to take the jump option.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
have to get the jump one. But the next to last one is also like good. Can I like pick that up later?
I make no promises that options will be available a second time. I'm not saying that they won't be, but I am also not committing to them being so. Kind of take your pick, but also, all the stuff is homebrew for a huge portion of it. So if stuff feels like unbalanced, or if something you take just doesn't end up fitting, I'm fine with you guys swapping, as long as it's not like swapping mid-fight or like
Right.
mid-sessions and stuff like that. But I don't suspect anybody to try and abuse that anyways.
I love that one. Like,
So, yeah,
I have to take the hop.
You have to take that one. Okay,
I have
that's
to.
kind of the one I was expecting you to take. I was kind of hoping you would take the third one.
I really want the third one. Oh crap! Now I have
No,
to-
take the fourth one. I think it's the best one. It fits Kohaku very well.
Oh, they both do. All right, we'll take the hops. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
It's my birthday.
It's your birthday. Oh yeah, by the way, happy birthday, Biscuit.
Happy
Happy birthday from yesterday.
Happy birthday.
I like that
Also
we're
bad.
calling him out specifically.
Alistair, what does your downtime
Boy.
look like? And is there anything that you want to accomplish during that time?
There is. At first, Alistair thought about doing some training and sparring with Kohaku, but then he had a flash of genius and decided to not do that.
All right.
Yeah, I couldn't put off getting flash of genius. I really wanted to, but I can't. It's not possible.
It's so good.
It's really good.
It's like the reason to be an artificer. It's real good.
I'm real excited for it. Anyway, Alistair's had some projects he's been working on. He's been gathering some materials. I'm assuming I can find those here during my 3 weeks of downtime.
Almost certainly.
Okay. Do I need to roll anything for it? Do I get
It
initial-
depends on like. It was just the stuff you already messaged me about, right?
Yep, should be just that stuff.
Yeah, then you can find that stuff without issue. Assume you guys kind of like at some point do some like group shopping trips just to stay together and stay safe and that sort of thing.
Ooh, they're group shopping trips. I have to be sneaky, or at least play that I'm not being sneaky. Anyway, Alistair gets his supplies and probably shuts himself in that workshop Newtani let him use to work on it. Not sure how long it would take to make that. Probably not super long.
For Alistair, probably not super long. You could give me a Tinker's Tools check, and we'll see how long it
Okay.
takes you to kind of like plan it and actually construct it. Yeah, like takes you a day or so. Mock up
Okay.
some rough drafts and slap everything together.
Cool. The hard part's going to be getting it in there without him noticing. Because that I'm not good at. Let's see.
Are you making Stein a mech suit?
No. It's not nearly that cool. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just imagined you trying to sneak a mech suit around Stein.
Sleeping.
Yeah.
Stein's stuck in a room, so sneaking around Stein is no issue.
No, I mean onto his body.
Oh,
Sneak in there while he's sleeping and try
We're
to like
just-
attach it while he's asleep.
Yeah.
We're just replacing your cast. No problem.
Yep,
Don't
I'm
let
totally
the word
trained
out.
in this. Don't
Then
worry
lose
about it.
all
Just
my
go
monk
back to
powers.
sleep. That would suck to wake up and just not have your monk powers. But no. Let's see. Well, that's not bad.
that's not bad. I think you can get in there quietly enough.
I'm so curious as to what this is.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll sneak that in there, then sneak away. Then we'll address it when it comes up in a bit.
Sounds good.
But after that, he probably spends some time working on his armor, adding some different events to it. I don't know what those are yet because I'm a bad player, but he does, and they'll be on there.
You might get to add a little bit more if you wish.
Oh,
As the second person to go, you get your choice of these. So you get to choose one of them.
oh, I rolled. That was a thieves' tools check, not even my tinker's tools check. So that should have been even higher than it was. Yeah, that should have been a 33, 32 instead of a 27 for.
Oh Jesus, yeah, you've
Holy wow.
slapped that thing together with no problem.
And then I could have used my flash of genius on it and made it even better. But I won't. I won't waste that yet. I kept waiting for something to pop up. This makes way more sense. Okay.
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm sending them through a Telegram so that you guys have them hopefully in your record somewhere. For no particular reason. If anybody has forgotten what their elemental affinity is, Vic was a wonderful person and took notes on all that, and I also have them in my notes.
Which one am I?
For water.
What?
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 I know. Shocking.
Surely that must be fire.
No, I'm fire.
Oh.
You got two
Stain's
fires.
element is shit.
Oh yeah, I forgot we got two. We got two fires and one we just don't have.
Yeah, you guys
Yeah,
are
we
missing
were-
Earth.
We were one off from a rainbow.
Yeah, no one has Earth, was it?
That means we can't be Captain Planet.
True.
But what it also means is that, Sheesh, what do you get up to during your downtime?
First off, I probably actually do kind of secretly get in contact with Nibutani and the orc guy, Toshikuni?
Yeah.
Okay. I kind of try to get a hold of them and just ask if they can assist me in tracking down this Giuseppe Maladonia fellow, especially with Toshikuni. If it seems like, or if he knows, like, Giuseppe's like a regular there or something, I tell him, like, I have very strong reason to believe he's circulating drugs or formulas or something that are creating things very similar to that monstrous dragon fellow we just fought that blew a hole through the wall of your casino. So I'm gonna be trying to track him down. I'll be using my background feature ear to the ground thing for that too, just to see if I can get any rumors on where he went off to.
Right. For the purposes of some plot development, do you try and have this conversation privately, or would you have the rest of the group with you?
I gotta have the rest of the group with me.
Okay, we
I
will
trust them at this.
for some narrative stuff because they actually have some pretty significant information for you. We'll jump back to that.
Okay.
Uh,
I have a few other smaller things.
Yeah.
I do want to just get up to some shopping. Sheesh is doing some more clerical studies during this downtime. He's kind of like, I want to learn how to make or maybe just buy a little bit of holy water. Some other similar stuff like that. I know we briefly talked in Telegram about either upgrading my my daggers to a +1 with a similar enchantment on that sickle, or upgrading that or something. I just want to make it a D6 if that's possible. Stick a little bit more money into it. Perhaps.
Mayhaps you can give me a. I'd say it's probably in. It would just give me a D100 as a luck check to see if somebody has something that is comparable.
That's a low number.
Oh, I thought it was out of a D20. I'm like, it's not that bad, and then I saw you roll the 100.
Yeah. I got excited for a second. I was like, oh, maybe I just accidentally rolled a D10.
Nope, unfortunately. So one of the issues that you've run into, which has been kind of a running issue just here in general, is that tons of the weaponry is already being like funneled to war efforts in the military. So they just don't have a huge selection available currently.
That makes sense.
But you are able to continue to kind of like keep an eye out, and you get in contact with a couple of people and are able to just let them know, like, hey, if something like this comes up, let me know because I'm very interested, and they'll contact you if something comes up.
Sweet.
So what does Shisha's leveling up process look like?
Like I said, it's leaning more into like clerical studies. So he probably actually is like picking up some texts and stuff, and like maybe actually going to some churches or whatever, and like
Yeah.
studying rites and like ceremonies, especially to like deal with undead. So he probably spend some time hanging around graveyards.
Excellent.
'Cause he might need to like collect some grave soil for some of his spell components or whatever. So he probably has to do that like, you know, at night when people aren't like mourning.
Yeah. Sneak out, grab some graveyard soil, and do some prayers, and spend a bunch of time just kind of hanging out around the dead and attuning yourself to them.
Yeah, people might notice the tips of his fingers have some bandages on them more frequently than usual. But he probably just plays it off like he accidentally nicked himself while he was doing some prep work in the kitchen.
Nice.
That's about all I got aside from the stuff we'll jump back to later.
Yeah.
Although I do think it might be worth mentioning that, especially when I'm asking about Giuseppe, or just probably most of the time while I'm out and about on the town around this time in general, I'm in disguise. I'll be casting Disguise Self.
Okay. Well, as third up, you get your choice of one of these.
Ooh.
Ooh. Oh, these are all real good. I will have to think.
Yeah, take your time. You guys don't have to hard commit to any of these. And also, again, if you guys want to try one of them out and it doesn't feel like the right fit, like a couple sessions in, I'm cool with you swapping. Next up, Jupiter.
Hello, it's me. Okay. Jupiter goes stir crazy. He probably spends the first couple of days just doing shopping. He's trying to retail therapy his way out of the situation. And I'll send you a short list of things I'm looking for. We can handle that here in a second. That probably keeps him occupied for like 3 hours of the first day, and then he gets back and realizes that there are still 3 weeks left and starts losing his mind. So I think he is going to go try to do some study and some practice with Annie Yuki, or at least find out if she actually knows anything about like astrological magic, or if she was just kind of studying the ruins. I don't know if she's a suitable mentor, or if she has useful books on the subject. If not, he'll just practice on his own.
she doesn't have a ton of expertise on the like magical side of it, but she is a professional cartographer. So she has a ton of books about like using the stars as guides, and does have a pretty sizable library about astrology or astronomy, rather.
Excellent. That feels like a decent kicking off point. There is a point several days into all of this study and research and learning where Jupiter tries to go to sleep, can't go to sleep, and instead kind of goes out and spends some time under the stars. Falls asleep out there. And when he wakes up in the morning, what would it even be? What is it going to be? Let's do it. Let's do that.
The randomized level up. Is that your hit point roll?
No. Oh my god, no.
Is that more hit points that you got back?
Almost. You'd be surprised. Who here played instruments? We have Nara on drums. Kawaku played drums. Did anybody play anything that's like super weirdly complicated? Stringed instrument or anything like that? Or was it just the two drums?
Sheesh plays the
yeah.
Eru.
You play the what?
The Eru, I think is
Oh,
what
the
it's
Eru.
called.
What was that, Kawaku?
Erhu?
Those are both super complicated. Okay, let me flip the coin. Sheesh.
He rolled worse, and it's my birthday.
Sheesh, there is a point where Jupiter comes like barreling into your room with an unusual amount of excitedness. And then he like realizes that he's like accidentally being too excited. They can't do that. And he puts on his dour face again. He's like, "Hey, your weird instrument. Can I see it?" You know, the music thing, the music one. I don't care about your cooking stuff.
Oh, right. Sure, if you're curious.
Yeah, sure. Curious is a good word for it.
You just don't break it.
No, I don't think I will. I had this weird dream, and you ever wake up and just feel like you could take on the world? And he starts to like sit down in front of it. And it's just like this. And he starts playing it. Like he knows what he's doing.
Roll it.
Sure, yeah, why not? Let's do it. We'll roll it.
Does it be Dex plus proficiency?
Yeah, it feels like it. It's not a terribly, like, passionate or soulful performance, and it seems like that's almost not even what he's trying to do. He's trying to, like, go as fast as he can, and seems to be doing so fairly reasonably. And when he gets done with it, he kind of just looks down at it, then back up to Sheesh, like, completely wide-eyed. He's like, what the fuck?
The kid's a natural.
No, I'm not. No, I'm absolutely not. I've never played an instrument in my life. I don't even know what this thing is called.
It's an Eru,
An Eru.
I think.
There's an H. Erhu.
Erhu.
Eru.
Or maybe it's Erhu. Who knows?
Shit.
He's
Okay,
gonna
bye.
Google it.
And he, like, stands up and starts to run off.
Does he take it with him?
No. He leaves
No.
it behind.
Okay.
You pulled a me. Wait. I'm glad you didn't come to Kohaku, because I would have assumed you were possessed by an area playing demon.
We know.
Yeah, true.
Sheesh kind of like just watches you run out of the room, wide-eyed himself for a second, blinks, and he's like, "Well, damn, he might be better at that thing than I am." And then he spends a little bit of time himself, like practicing this.
Yeah, that was
But he's
kind
cut-
of an
but he's cussing
aggressive
'cause-
flex.
Yeah, dude. You know,
I
just
just
showing
learned
off.
this today.
I just started today. I've never played this before in my life.
Hey, what's this instrument you have called? And you play like fucking Beethoven on it, and you're just like, "Okay, bye."
Then the next morning, and I'm making some assumptions here, but I hope it's reason. Actually, you know what? This is worth asking because we're not in Iron Sands. This would be a reasonable assumption for an Iron Sandic man to make. Can I find enough raw iron and coal and steel to, if I was good at smithing, make my own Nimsha? Or
Cool.
I understand that we're at wartime and they don't have a lot of metal to begin with, so maybe that is a
Yeah.
tall order.
It will require at least some kind of a check.
Okay.
I mean, they're not like this place doesn't have no resources or anything, and they do have some iron. It's just it's poor quality. It really doesn't work for smithing weapons very well.
Sick.
You just gotta
Um,
fold it
Can't we
1,000
Well, then,
refine it? Yeah.
Before you tell me what the role is, Jupiter has a diegetic way to game the system. He's going to have a couple dreams first and wait until his luck feels good. So let me see.
Okay.
See. There we go. Second day, he feels lucky. He goes out shopping.
Okay. So it's a D100 for a luck check.
Oh, damn
here.
it. Okay.
But you might want that anyway, so can you give me a D100?
Cool.
Yeah, who knows? It's higher than the 1. Hey,
Okay.
54.
Perfectly middling. You do find a little bit of. It's not like raw iron or anything, but a couple people have some. There's some guy that's like collecting scrap and is essentially taking it and kind of like recycling.
Yeah, perfect.
He's willing to kind of offer you some of it for a slightly above reasonable price.
Excellent. We can work out like the exact numbers here in a second. I'm basically looking for what
Yeah.
I would need to make my own Erhu, which we flavored or reflavored as just a rapier, which is normally 25 gold.
You mean,
You mean
Nimcha?
Nimcha.
Or Nimcha. What did I say?
Yeah.
I said Erhu.
Erhu.
Yep, just kidding. Nimcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I'm able to find that much.
Yeah, I think it's pretty reasonable. You can find enough. They have the guy basically has like a couple of old like busted swords that is smelted down and just kind of like started to recycle and is willing to offer you some of it.
Sick. Then the next day, Alistair, Jupiter
Oh.
comes knocking on your door.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Do you make it known to the party that you're looking for metal?
Not really. He's been aloof and weird the whole time, but it's about to be known. He goes over to Alistair's and it'll be known as soon as he goes in there. Like, you see, everybody who's out there in the common area sees Jupiter go out shopping and then come back with a big old crate of steel ingots and shit.
Isn't there star metal at the bottom of the pit?
I don't know if I'm good enough to work with star metal.
That'd be cool, though.
That would be really fucking cool.
Space sword.
Space sword.
Well, just like Sokka.
But yeah, Jupiter was knocking on Alistair's door.
Just a second. What's a hide check? What do I hide things with?
Or-
Sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand.
Stealth or sleight of hand. Yeah.
Like, are you hiding it under your bed or hiding it up your butt? I think that's a different role.
There's enough of it. It's probably going to have to be under my bed, and not up my butt.
Then yeah, stealth roll.
Oh, damn it! Can I?
I mean,
It's
he's not
flash
like
that.
barging in. Take your time.
Yeah.
I see you'd knock and wait politely when you go into his room. Because he's a cat.
You can slap flash on that.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll do that. I don't have
Do you
it
want
programmed
to
yet, but I'll do
flash
that.
that?
All right.
I get flash what? Once a.
What's a long rest?
That's once a
Or is-
long.
Well, it's a number of times equal to your modifier.
Intelligence,
for
Oh
that.
well,
modifier.
that means I get 3 more. It's fine. I'll waste one.
Alright.
Okay. You're led into Alistair's room, and Alistair, what does he see under the bed?
No.
Passive is really
I was gonna say I'm not like
Yeah.
actively looking, but I do have passive 18.
Yeah.
Let's see. What all did I get? You'd see a bunch of bouquet making stuff. There's some orange roses, orange honeysuckle, some cinnamon sticks. He's just trying to sweep it under the bed, and you catch most of it before it goes under.
Yeah. You probably don't even see a ton of it. You can just
Smell
smell
it.
all of it.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Interesting. Okay, he doesn't say anything about it, but kind of weird. Hey, weird question. Do you have you've got like a smithing setup, right?
Yeah, Lady Nibutani's been letting me use some stuff.
can I... Oh man, this is weird. How do I explain this? I had a weird dream. And I think I'm supposed to do this. And he, like, holds up this crate that's got a bunch of steel ingots in it, and leather wrappings, and fittings, like, all the things he would need to make a sword.
Sounds good to me.
Sick. And he goes over to it and starts operating it like he's been doing it his entire life.
Oh wow, you don't need any help, huh? Okay.
Maybe. I should roll before I commit to that. Let's see.
Oh, is he doing that thing where he barges into your room and shows you up at what you're good at?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Hey,
I love our friend.
hey, how long have you trained to become a master at that craft? 15 years?
I don't expect to make a sword in a single night, but I get started.
Cool. Give me
Oh, dang.
a smithing check.
Looking kind of cool over there with your hammer. You take your shirt off?
Absolutely. This is hard work and I have low strength. I might know the skills to do this. I don't have the strength or the constitution to do this. It's
Yeah,
going to take
yeah.
me 4 times as long as a normal person would.
Yeah, you like get. I think you get the first like couple of bars like smelted together and halfway flattened out before you're just exhausted.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I'll do this tomorrow.
Yeah, this is going to be a multi-day project.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it just becomes like a forever project for the next like week and a half.
I'm not missing out on this. I'm taking my shirt off. I'm getting in there.
Hell
What's
yeah.
up?
Yeah, get in here. Cool. We've kind of got the gist of what happens over the level up. I'll shoot you my shopping list here in a second. The very last thing though is that when he does, well, I guess he's not going to cast magic because it's a long rest. I don't want to ruin my long rest. When he does cantrips and shit, like when he did that guidance, there was a little more he normally pulls stars out and makes constellations, and he still does that, but now there's like color bleeding out, almost like watercolors when he makes the constellations. They're just getting prettier. He's getting a little bit better at star magic, and it gets prettier as he does. But yeah, he pesters you to use your smithing shit for the next like 5 days while he makes this sword.
That works. At some point, whenever you're using the smithing shit, probably sneak out and go to your room because you're not in it.
What?
Alistair has made a bouquet of fragrant flowers and in the, not the vase, but he kind of has it in a basket, and then he's put a potpourri down there too. He just leaves that on like your nightstand and doesn't say anything and just leaves it there.
Oh no. Okay, hang
The
on.
nicest way to say you stink.
No.
Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna come back to that later. Excellent.
Then, while you shoot me your shopping list, I am going to shoot you a thing.
Yeah. Pose the cat.
Which cat? And why?
The hot, dirty one that's been smithing.
Oh, okay.
Both?
Because I want to see his skin wrinkle up.
Oh, sick.
Oh man, we could put like an ice cube on his back and watch the skin go.
Right?
I bet it makes that noise too.
It's
I bet it can
audible.
hold.
If you listen very close.
I bet it can hold half a deck of cards in there.
What a wonderful image.
Like a little dinosaur, but instead of spikes, we put playing cards in your skin folds.
Let's do it.
Gross.
Gross.
Jumping down to Stein. Stein, unfortunately, you were kind of bedridden for a lot of this. But there's a couple of things that'll happen to you. Talon does visit you pretty frequently. And I'm sure that the rest of the party also takes some time and comes and checks in on you probably at least once a day. And you're tended to pretty decently well by all the medical staff, and they come
I
in
bring
and
you breakfast every morning.
oh,
Thank you.
But yeah, what does Stein's kind of leveling up process look like, even though he's kind of like bedridden?
So the leveling up process for Stein is weird. It's mostly trying to stay positive. And he does. Whenever anyone walks in on him, he's like cheerful and thankful. And he's like, as soon as I can get out of the bed, I'll help you out with stuff. I'm sorry, I don't know. It's just so weird being taken care of again after so long. He likes when Talen's around. He probably because she reads books to him.
Yeah.
And he very much likes stories. But like when he's on his own, he tries to connect with Atropos. And I don't think he's successful for some time. And every day that passes where he doesn't respond, Stein starts putting together a eulogy in his head. Because he's fearing the worst.
Yeah.
But sometimes, when there's no one around for an amount of time, there's a shift and Stain appears kind of frantically, kind of delirious. He'd go to the window and just go like, Tropy, where are you? Are you mad at me? Don't be mad at me. I'm sorry about the melons. I know they were disappointing. We'll find something else to do. Tropy. Come on, man. I'll do better. You take your time, but I'll wait. He just waits by the windowsill. At the moment there's a like movement at the door or anything, it's back to Stein, and he doesn't know why he's up. But
Would
it's really
would you say that it's Stain or Stein that sleeps the most?
the one that sleeps the most? It depends on how many people visit.
I think you get visitors semi-frequently. They're not always people that you know, like the doctors come in pretty frequently.
Yeah. The doctors get to see Stain more. And he's belligerent and doesn't like being touched.
Yeah.
But usually it's Stein. And I think like Stain is gone most of the time. It's mostly Stein.
All right. There's this point. We're going to jump to this immediately because it's fun and I want to give you something to do. There's a point where you're dreaming. You're not aware that you're dreaming, but us as the observers of this are aware.
Yeah.
And Stein, you find yourself back at the Dream Cathedral. But in that dreamlike way, you're aware that this is the Dream Cathedral, even though it's not quite correct. A bunch of the rooms have been replaced by things like the hospital room that you're currently staying in, and a couple of rooms from the pit, and Fang and Tangleby's house. And there's just like this weird patchwork array of things that you've seen recently, but it feels like the Dream Cathedral, and it should be. And you find yourself walking with Goblet and Tankard, and you have this weird sense of deja vu as you guys are just kind of wandering silently, kind of in a bit of a daze, honestly. And you have this sudden realization and understanding that you just lost Chalice, and the three of you have just been kind of aimlessly wandering around. accidentally having wandered into a wing of the cathedral that had long since been abandoned and overtaken by roots and vines and plant life, no longer able to be maintained because there just weren't enough people living here to have it be worth maintaining. And as you guys are crossing over a kind of a upper balcony, you get this sudden sense of deja vu, and you know that you are supposed to carry on forward. You can see that the roof is caved in and light is kind of streaming in. The god rays are illuminating a statue down below on a lower floor. And you remember the statue. It's choked with plant life, barely even recognizable as a statue, but there is the hints of stone and a little bit of metal peeking out from the tangle of roots and branches and leaves. But even though you know that you're supposed to go forward, you don't have to. So, what does Stein do?
With the statue in front of me?
Statue is kind of down below. It's, you guys are essentially kind of like on a upper floor. It's actually about like a 20-foot drop. The ceilings in this place, like as a cathedral, a lot of the rooms have huge, like vaulted ceilings. And you guys are on kind of like a balcony that kind of wraps around this room and looks down over a lower floor. And so you guys are kind of like overlooking the statue that's down below.
A part of me feels like this is something we would have loved to do together, all four of us, including Chalice. And it's kind of shitty to go there and Chalice is not with us. But then a part of me is like, I think for her, we should move forward. And like kind of like getting a complete 100% map on the game, even when one of your friends has stopped playing the game. You kind of do it in her memory. So Stein kind of nudges the others and checks it out with them.
Okay. As you kind of have this sense of deja vu, you remember that you're supposed to keep going forward. You guys step forward and you can feel the creaking and croaking of the floorboards beneath you. And you all step forward and hit a point where the floorboards just snap beneath you. You all fall in a panic, landing miraculously safely in a bed of just debris and junk. All of you get up and dust yourselves off. Slightly startled by the experience, but safe, but kind of none the wiser. You all have a good laugh as the adrenaline kind of hits you. Then you guys step forward and head over to the statue.
This is because Tankard is so heavy. He jokes.
He kind of punches you in the arm. And Goblet goes over to the statue and sees a bit of like tarnished metal underneath some of the vines and pushes it away, and you can see this just a rusted and tarnished piece of metal that has been worn down through time. But miraculously, the vines or the plant life has somehow protected a small engraving of the name Stein. They kind of joke for a moment and why your name is on the statue. And Goblet takes out a knife, and then underneath it, she carves her name, Tankard and Chalice.
This feels right.
And that's where you wake up.
After remembering that dream? Or I'm not even sure if it's a dream or a memory. It could be a mix of both.
It's a little bit of both.
Either way, I feel like this thing that happened can't be like what brings me down. Tankard and Goblet are still out there, and I have new friends. There's a way they can still be saved. And like, oh my gosh, I am keeping my friends from going to the Frog Country. I have to get better as soon as possible, and I focus on recovery. I probably pick up a few tools that that my friends can bring me, and I practice how to do tattoos with one hand.
Nice. Take some time. A couple of people are able to bring you some books that you're able to read, and
I can't read.
they read to you. And
Thank
I'll
you.
read to you. You poor baby. We need to teach you how to read at some point. You know what? Half of my downtime can I spend that trying to teach him how to read? I know we're not going to get very far.
yeah, you
Yeah.
can spend some time going through the alphabet with them a little bit.
Yeah. Going when you sit down with Stein and go through the alphabet with him, one thing you note is he can't seem to recognize the shape of a letter. He says it changes every time. Like, you tell him to draw an A, and it's a different shape every time he draws it.
Okay. Does this sound like dyslexia? Do I notice
I
that
was gonna say.
dyslexia is?
Sounds like it.
You can give me a medicine check.
Okay.
Kind of a high DC, but
He's just stupid.
Well, no, he's got demons in him. We're in the
Yeah,
right
he's got-
time
Oh,
period.
right.
Yeah,
he's not
ghosts.
trying hard enough.
He's got ghosts in his butt, and he's lazy.
Except he
Kohaku.
actually does in this case, so you know it's a little bit of a.
Well,
We
did.
don't even know if that's true
Oh,
anymore.
we
Maybe
know
that's
it's
what's
true.
happening. He's causing you to have dyslexia. We have to get him out of it.
The other one is causing me. Why can't
Yep.
he read? Is
He got the
stealing my-
reading genes and you didn't. I don't know.
Is he stealing my Lexia?
Uh-huh.
Oh
Your
my
Lexia has been
God.
stolen.
So sent you your choices.
Oh my god! When he writes Alistair, he instead just draws a teacup.
You know,
This
that
is
almost
what-
works.
Yeah, this is who you are in my journal.
Oh, okay. Who's everybody else? Do we all get cool signs or is it just me?
Yeah.
You know, I asked you a question that could have. Never mind.
You want me to draw them all?
Sure,
So
maybe
this
we
is-
can use this to get you to write properly somehow.
This is Sheesh, and he draws like a chef's toque. Is that what you call it? Chef's hat.
Okay.
This is Kohaku, and it's like
Is it
a
a flower?
katana.
Oh.
Hmm.
It's a small katana. It's a wakizashi. That's what he's seen them use. It's lowercase for now. I'm sure it might change. A lowercase katana.
A lowercase katana.
Nara. Fuck. What is Nara's real hard. I think for Nara, he draws a very simplified. It looks like broccoli, but he says like, no, it's something going really fast. Speed lines and dust cloud.
It's a fart cloud. Got it.
It's for cloud. It's like a broccoli laying on its side. But that's speed. He's fast.
He is pretty fast.
And Jupiter is like a star. A 5-point star.
Okay. Well, at least you can understand symbols. That's good. It means you're not completely cursed.
I'm a lowercase dragon.
Yeah, exactly.
right, we'll keep trying. But good work today. Do you
Thank
need
you.
anything? Do you need any more books? Oh
I
wait,
like
you
the
can't read the
company.
books. Company.
I like the company. I don't want to take much of your time.
Uh,
You seem busy, and you smell nice. What have you been working on?
oh, can you smell it? Uh-oh.
Flowers, right?
Yeah. You know, Jupe said he couldn't smell things very well, so I'm trying to make something he can smell.
Oh, that's why it's a strong smell.
Yeah. Should have thought that it would stick to me. Maybe I should
That's-
shower more.
No, it's a nice smell. For what it's worth, I think he'll appreciate it.
Thanks, I hope so. I don't really know how to give it to him. He kind of saw me with stuff, so he probably will know it's from me anyway. I might just throw it in his room.
Just throw it at him.
Well, not literally. I mean, like, sneak in his room when he's not there and put it on his nightstand and then sneak out of his room and hope he never talks to me about it ever because it'd be embarrassing.
At that point, I feel like it would be better if you were more overt. Perhaps just give it to him. Right? Own it.
Who's the teacher here and who's the guy who can't read?
Got him.
Oh, you got me.
I did, but you might be right. I'll think about it. You want
Now,
anything
what's
from the
that
food
word?
stalls? I'm gonna go grab something.
Oh
for
my
lunch.
gosh. Yes, I would love a. What do they call those? I think it was called a dango.
Oh, the weird
sweet,
squishy things? Yeah.
squishy things with the sweet sauce.
Yeah, I can get you some of those. I'll be back in a
Thank
bit.
you.
Bye.
You're real nice.
The coward's choice.
Dango.
No.
Is that on me?
Yeah.
I know it is.
Oh,
Trust
did you
me.
take the? Did you take the coward's
I took
choice?
the coward's choice. I only took the coward's choice because it might play into the one that I really wanted to take if I'm willing to let myself get killed later. But the one that
What?
okay, I don't want to reveal everything, but I can spill a little.
Okay.
There's one that would make me very good at kind of doing more melee heavy stuff. It would give me a lot of weird mobility in a way that's like really fun and very up my alley. But if I do that, I also need to get my hands on arcane weapon. So that's kind of the first step.
Of course.
And I need arcane weapon either way, but it would be silly to take the mobility one before I took the arcane weapon.
That's fair. I have a question. Do we have a list of the new cantrips somewhere?
There is a big old spreadsheet. Hang on.
Oh yeah, I gotta. I was gonna do it last night and I totally forgot to. I'm gonna
Okay.
save out a new PDF with some of the new spell PDF because I made a couple of changes to some things.
Ooh, the Drake's Grimoire.
Yeah, so I will. I'll do that after at the end of the session. I'll send it to you guys.
Thank you.
But the one that backlinks it'll have all the spells. Like nothing is being changed mechanically. The only thing I made changes to was like the major elements for a couple things.
Yeah, I would encourage you to check the PDF anyway because I think the PDF got changed a couple times while I was working on that spreadsheet. So don't treat that spreadsheet like it's the Bible. It is a little outdated in places.
Yeah.
Sure.
And also feel free to call me out on if you think something should be a different element, because I might have fucked it up.
That's fair.
Can I ask why Chill Touch is fire? Or not Chill Touch, Frostbite.
Frostbite is fire? Oh, yeah.
It's fire, water, and void, I think.
Void makes
Okay.
sense.
Oh.
I can't fully remember what my logic was. I think it was just like
It's like Frostburn when you.
right. I think that was where it was
Okay.
like the burning sensation. It wasn't. It probably shouldn't be fire. If I'm being perfectly honest, I left it
Probably
there.
Yeah.
I left it there mostly because as I was going through and like putting all the cantrips into the like elemental types, I was like, I'm real thin on a couple of these. So So yeah, it's mostly there just because I'm bad at game design.
You're fine.
All the other ones I stand by though. But yeah, I don't know. Do you guys want to keep your stuff secret, or do you want to share with the class? Up to you guys.
I'm still picking.
It's fair.
I think I know which one I'm gonna take.
Allow me to phrase it as, I'll show you mine if you show me yours. But I've already tipped my hand, which may have been a strategical mishap.
Or you just kind of flashed it a little bit, and now we're curious and want to see the whole thing.
True, that could be it.
Yeah. I'm stuck between two, and I better dissect this cantrip real quick and see if it's worth my time. I really wanted that cantrip, and now I can have it, but
I was going to say, another reason I had to pick mine is it saves me an entire feat later on, and I can't say no to that.
I will say that there's no guarantee that you guys are going to get access to these again.
Yep. Yeah, I know.
Oh, I'm gonna take the third one then.
I'm not saying that you won't, but I do a lot of the kind of level up bonus stuff, kind of not on the fly, but I don't have a huge map of where I expect these to go. I'm just kind of this feels like
Right.
something that this character is missing or whatever, or this is something that they've been focusing on, and it would be cool to see them kind of get to expand that.
All right, I'm trading up for the third one. We're getting the third one.
You're
Literally zero pressure. You take whatever you feel is most appropriate.
He's Monty Halled himself.
Both of them are very good and very appropriate for Kohaku, I think. So
I agree.
Your feet will never forgive you for what you've just done to them.
actually, while you guys continue to go over your stuff, somebody else levels up.
Ooh, is it Talon?
It's Talon.
Oh, that's fun.
Kaylin!
Yeah, she's a level 6 fighter now.
Hot damn! She trained.
So she didn't
What
get
subclass?
anything. She's a fighter with the banneret.
Oh, hell yeah.
Well,
Which
that
is
makes sense.
Banneret
one of the
is
one of the
secretly
worst
great.
archetypes.
Oh, no, hard disagree. I think it is secretly great. I think it's secretly B tier or maybe even A tier.
It's great
it's-
in the party.
No, it's really bad until level 17.
Right, that's
Oh.
true. That part is true,
It's-
yes.
It's the worst fighter until level 17, and then
It's really
it's
good.
extremely good. Their level 17 ability, I think it's 17, is insanely good.
You gotta keep her alive till then.
But yeah, until then, it's not the best, but it's fine. She gets a bunch of feats. She just picked up Shieldmaster.
Inspiring Surge is really good, 10th level. And especially when it upgrades.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Inspired Search is where
Yeah,
it kind of
yeah, yeah.
kicks off. Well, until then, they don't get a ton of options.
Yeah, that's true.
I misread this. I thought it was you get a cantrip and then one of the three.
No,
No.
yeah, the
Okay.
the cantrip option is the one that all of you had access to, and then you all had 3 unique ones.
Three uniqueness. Hmm.
Yeah.
Wait, we all have access to them?
Well, we all got the cantrip option, and then each of us got 3 unique options for our
Oh,
character.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Which is also not entirely true because one of Shisha and Nara both got access to one option, additional option that was the same for both of them.
Yeah. I suspect if we had any other spellcasters, they would have had my second one as well.
I didn't get anything.
Well, full spellcasters.
Oh, right. I forget I'm not full.
Mine is very, like, full caster flavor.
You also had better stuff for me to flavor.
True. It may also have been tailor-made for me because I fucking love flexibility, and this pushes my flexibility button.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah, that tracks, actually. That tracks real well. Go ahead.
I will say I am glad that you took this one first. It is the one that I most like. I don't know how it's going to work mechanically.
Yeah,
so-
I've got to test it out for you. Don't
Yeah.
worry.
We'll see, and if it feels like super underpowered or something, then we can
Yeah, we can swap. Or
up it. Or if it feels like way too much, we'll tweak it and see how things.
I just want to be the Mr. President. No,
Yeah, I figured that was like up your alley.
you knew me.
And
Yes, this is what I wanted, and I was like, I don't know if I should get it because fighters get this, and people will like whine.
Um, yeah, it was
The
based
bait
on
and
that.
switch. Yeah,
But so I tried to make it a little different.
yeah, it is pretty different. It's neat. I'll put it down in my thingy.
Cool. Yeah. Do we have a sheesh back? Nope. Fell asleep.
He's asleep.
Already?
Already, it's been an hour. He's pushing his limits.
Oh my god, he did die.
No, I think Cat's probably threw up again.
Oh, I'm sick. Oh, okay. He's not asleep.
Oh, he says he's in the bathroom. Okay.
He did say BRB like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Nice.
8 minutes ago.
Wow, Philo,
That
what's
gives
it
me
taking
time.
so long to
I was
the
gonna say.
bathroom for? You alright in
Time
there?
how long it's taken him to shit.
You don't know that. Maybe it's number 3.
He might need more fiber. Oh no.
Everyone knows the rules. If it's like falling asleep first at a party.
Asleep.
So, what are you guys? What are you guys gonna do? I guess.
I'm assuming that Sheesh Dregs is out there for the Giuseppe thing,
Yeah.
kind of early on in all this, which is why I've not pushed any further past what we've done so far.
Right. That's kind of where I'm at too.
Yep.
I don't want
To fill time though, whenever Jupe does get back to his room one night and discovers the cinnamon and the flowers and everything,
to. Yeah.
Oh boy, what does Jupe do? What does Jupe do? I think at first he literally just stands at the doorway, like with his arms crossed, looking at this
Angry.
bouquet from not angry, but like arms crossed, staring at it from across the room, like, oh no, what is this? How do I deal with this? What's going on? Like, for an hour, he just stands there staring at this thing from across the room. Just like if he stares it down well enough, maybe it'll just kind of get up and walk out of the room on its own. But there's a point, maybe 30 or 40 minutes in, where he gives up and realizes that's not going to work, and he walks over, and he starts to smell it, and he starts to look it over and see how well made it is. And he picks it up, and he contemplates a lot of different options, and eventually he just kind of sits down on the bed with it, and he takes a deep breath of it. And I think he just kind of passes out in the bed, with one arm kind of like wrapped around it, and gets a little bit emotional. He doesn't act on it just yet, but he'll at least kind of like almost cuddle with it for the night.
Aw.
And Sheesh is back. I did it.
Welcome
Still just long
back.
enough. It's great.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back,
Hi.
beautiful Sheesh.
Do you want me to fill a little more time? Because I have a thing I can do.
Sure.
Okay. At some point during all of this, and filling time with this, even though it's not actually entirely done on my end, but at some point, probably about a week and a half into your downtime, Anne does come and, in exchange for 30 gold pieces, will provide you guys with a map. Specifically, the map that's a copy of the map that Goblet had asked for.
Oh.
Which you guys had talked about commissioning from her.
Yes.
So-
Perfect. Let me see if we have enough in party loot to cover it. If not, we might all have to chip in. We
How much was she asking for?
30 gold. Oh, here we go. We have 200 gold worth of jewelry. Could we have sold that during the first couple of days?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, sick. Then we'll just take 30 out of that, and then there's some left in party loot that I'll split here in a second.
During one of your big shopping sprees, you guys can exchange all that stuff. But I will show you what the map looks like.
Ooh.
You guys finally have access to a world
Oh, we
map.
have a world map.
Ooh.
Hmm.
The known realms.
Oh, you were thinking of Avalon, not Merveille. That makes sense.
Yep, that must be what I keep thinking of.
What's that island surrounded by tentacles?
Oh, that's where I'm from. Well, not
It's
really.
Hentai Island.
It's where my people are from.
Hentai
No,
Island.
it's not.
Is it not? I thought it was. Or is it this?
Yours is the very bottom one.
Yeah, the one surrounded by tentacles down here. Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
you're talking about
she's- this
she's
one.
talking about the north one.
Oh, you're talking about the one. Okay, I missed that
I'm
one.
I'm talking about the,
The one
real
actually
island surrounded by tentacles, not your
Okay.
teeny tiny little ass clump of sand that's not even surrounded by tentacles from all sides.
I totally missed the giant.
Can you even call that an island?
It's a cloud.
Well, don't talk shit about my island.
It's a
Come on.
flotilla. I'm
It's
sorry,
an
I'm just being
island.
rude for no reason.
That's
That is
okay.
an island.
For the record, that's not the flotilla. A flotilla is made of boats. A flotilla is not an
I
island.
know what a flotilla is. I'm just being sassy because you guys shamed me while I was on the toilet.
It's you did do that. We do
Sorry.
deserve that.
This is the flotilla here.
Yeah.
It's just one boat.
It's
Yeah.
there.
Oh, and look, there's some dragons.
It's there. It's there right now. It goes around in a circle. It goes like
Love the dragons.
that, sort of. I think it actually doesn't go quite that far south, but
Yeah, it doesn't quite go that far down towards. Yeah, it goes
Yeah.
right through that kind of whaling territory.
Yeah.
Also, because I'm a terrible map maker, you guys will notice that the north is actually like off kilter.
oh, true.
Hey, where's the Hebikawa River at?
Hebikawa River is actually up in these mountains up here. It kind of runs through the Frog Province.
You're from the mountains?
Originally.
How do you swim?
You've been on a mountain?
Near the mountain.
Is it true you can't breathe up there? Is that like why you're a fish? Do you have to get in water?
never really spent much time near the tops of the mountains. I'm not sure.
Gotcha. So you can't breathe out there.
You know, there are rivers down at the base of some mountains.
Can Bubblins breathe snow?
What?
Yes, but we get brain freeze.
Oh.
Sounds terrible. Having snow in your lungs.
Yes, if you pack my gills with snow, I could hypothetically breathe through them, but I would probably get pneumonia.
Yeah, but think about
You
how
would-
long
wait,
it'll last.
You'd get what?
Pneumonia.
Okay.
Pretty sure I heard pneumonia.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
A pneumonia.
Pneumonia.
But your token where you're from.
Oh,
Let's play
crap.
that game.
Somewhere there-ish.
I didn't realize there were mountains in the middle, so I don't know which side of the mountains I'm on.
You're on the right side. Yeah,
Cool.
it's like almost exactly where you're from.
Be a little more north, like here.
Yeah, like down there was actually pretty much perfect.
Oh, okay.
Look at us, globetrotters.
Man, I flew really far. I'm amazed I didn't die when it hit that sign, like the inertia.
Oh, Nara's from really far away too. Wait, am I? That cannot be. Am I actually the closest to where we are right now?
Yeah.
That's wild. Wasn't expecting that.
Where are we right now?
We're down on the South Shore.
Oh, okay.
You guys are actually up here.
Right. Or yeah, true. We started down here and we have now traveled up here.
You guys actually started up here.
Oh, right. Canted map. Yes. Right.
Yeah, and then you basically headed straight kind of northeast.
The furthest, I think, is Ali. From all the way from Mermaid.
Yeah, Nara's pretty close.
Oh, yeah.
That's why
How
it's
the
so
heck-
weird that the Red Queen's stuff is here.
Yeah,
How'd you get to us?
I flew here.
You
You
flew
flew?
here?
Well, with magic. I kind of teleported. That's probably closer to correct.
You have teleportation?
No,
What do you?
that note that Chess gave me, he actually gave me a looking glass too. And the looking glass is what got me here.
Have I heard of a looking glass?
give me an Arcana check. Doesn't sound familiar to you.
What is that? I've never heard of a looking glass.
Well, it kind of went away when I used it, so I can't show you anymore. Trey, what is a looking glass? I just kind of assumed it looked like a mirror or something, but
Yeah, it's like a little. It almost looks like kind of like a monocle or something. But essentially, it's a magical device that opens up a portal and lets you rapidly move through space.
So a cannon.
Yes,
kind of like a cannon.
it's a magical cannon for people.
Wild.
Yeah.
Don't look at the moon.
Why not look at the moon?
Don't look at the moon through a looking glass.
Oh, yeah, that's probably
Oh, okay.
wise.
Why?
You'll go to the moon.
Oh. I thought you just meant like any looking glass for a second. Sorry, I
I mean-
was based.
Oh, okay.
Like there was some
If you had another
superstition-
looking glass, you could get back though. And then you could say you've been on the moon, which is pretty cool.
Just think of all the cheese you could grab while you're up there.
I bet moon cheese sells to a premium. Like, yeah, rich people would pay a lot for moon cheese.
Well, if you want really good cheese, then you want to go down to here.
You put a P? Okay.
Wonderful cheese. That's where House Leon's from.
Well,
Oh.
I don't think you'll find any cheese on the moon. We all know my people descend from the people on the moon, and we don't eat cheese.
There aren't people on the moon.
There are Harengon on the moon.
If there were Harengon on the moon, they would be destroyed by all of the latent magic.
Unless they adapted to it and used it to fuel their civilization.
If you descended from those people, wouldn't you have magic?
Seems reasonable.
Perhaps I do.
Do you?
There are a
Makes
lot of
sense.
Harengon wages, yeah.
Also,
know-
which moon? Are there 2 left?
There are two
That
left.
explains why you jump so high. You're drawn to the moon.
Exactly.
Which moon are your people from? Because maybe the other moon's the cheese moon.
I'm going to call it the one that's still up there.
There are two up there. Oki and Sukunai are still up there.
The cooler one.
The cooler one?
You,
Like the colder one?
The big one.
Oki.
Oki, yeah.
Yeah.
You should know that Oki means big in your language.
We call it Eze. Eze and Eco.
Call 'em that moon and that moon.
That works.
We probably have names, but
What do we call the moons in Camelot? New Camelot 1 and New Camelot 2.
No.
We're going there. We're going to conquer it. It's what we do.
They're Oki and Tsukunai for you guys too.
Okay, same as well, yeah.
And Saisho was the fallen moon.
Wait, what do they call it?
Saisho.
Saisho. Call that one Onwa.
does it have a U at the end or is it not elongated?
Look at this Japanese nerd. Look at this guy knowing languages.
Not elongated, it's round. It's the moon.
Yeah, you got me there. You're right.
So
How am I the one that got tricked into being a weeb in this campaign?
Yeah,
I thought we were all supposed to be weebs here. You tricked me.
No one tricked you. You wanted to be so
the
right.
first.
I didn't
rule-
want to be too weeb, which is why I went straight opposite weeb.
The first.
like I want to be
Every-
French.
Yeah, the polar opposite of Japan is France.
Fringe.
Definitely. Everybody knows the first rule of like making a campaign is that if you tell the players like the theme and everything, they will all scramble in opposite directions to get away from it.
I did the theme.
I appreciate that you did.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
mostly
fine
just
to point out.
terrified. I'm terrified someone's going to do the theme better than me and make me look less cool. So
He is killing it. We would all look bad
He
right now if we
is.
tried the
Yeah.
theme. I like it. I like the. I'm a sucker for like people like what would you even call it? People from all over. A very
Nar-
diverse crew, but like specifically
Nara
like
is
a
technically
traveled
the-
crew.
Worldly.
Yeah, we have a very worldly party. I like that.
It also gives me an excuse to world build a
Exactly.
bunch of different
We're
stuff.
a melting pot.
Hell yeah! Hey, that's also what the sea is called.
We're globalists.
The sea's called a melting pot.
Yeah, this is called the melting pot sea.
The sea is a soup.
So importantly, as Anne gives you this map, she points out these little markers here and here, and they're kind of scattered all over,
Yeah, the ruins.
like little ruins and little temple marks. It says those are the marks that Bono had wanted me to map out. They're old temples that were created and built between the realization of Avalon and the end of the 100 Years of War.
Interesting. Temples to what?
It's my understanding that many of them were just temples that became noteworthy. The ones that were constructed and became heavily used specifically during the Hundred Years' War were ones that were later used, or at some point used, to house some of the sacred weapons. During the Hundred Years' War, the people of Avalon attempted to help banish the devils and nightmares and other entities that had begun to surface, and in doing so, they created weapons for people to utilize. These were very powerful magical weapons, too powerful to be wielded for most individuals, and so they were later locked away, and they could not be wielded.
They weren't
Or
hats, were they?
things that were deemed too dangerous.
I see. Well, that seems to track that Bono would want to know where they are if he wanted to go get them for himself. Never took him for a weapon collector, but maybe he intended to resell them to somebody else. Or maybe the map was being resold to somebody else. Did we ever find out who was the end user of this map?
Goblet.
It was Goblet, that's right.
Yeah.
Goblet wants to know where these weapons are. That's weird.
It's possible. There might be other things that were housed in many of these. It's my understanding that a lot of these temples didn't even hold any sacred weapons. And any that did, the records of what weapons were stored where is largely lost. I've discovered some, but many of the records have been destroyed. The Sundering really ravaged a lot of our records, unfortunately.
That's fair. You said you found some of them, though. What do you know? What's a cool one?
Well, though it's no longer there. I think it's... Yeah. This one here. I can actually reveal this one, so it's actually done. This was the Temple of Stone, or what remains of it. It's long since fallen into disuse since I last visited. But it at one point held Excalibur.
Have I heard of Excalibur?
Possibly. Give me an Arcana check.
Have I heard of Excalibur? And may I use my knight's lore on that?
Yes, you may.
It's still going to be very low.
You have advantage on this for some reasons.
Oh. That's just history +5, right?
Yeah. Arcana with +5. Sorry.
Arcana +5. Oh, it's the same roll. $16.
You would know that you don't know the specifics of what it does or anything like that, but the story goes, and you learned this from your time in Camlan, kind of helping Talon with her training, that Uther had apparently taken up Excalibur and used it to seal away the Sea Witch Nimue in this lake, which is Lake Lefay.
Ooh. I say this.
You don't know anything else about the details of like why or where it is or anything like that, but apparently that's what how the story goes.
Yeah, it's probably touted as one of Uther's many feats. Would this be something he did hundreds of years ago?
Not hundreds. It's actually a semi-recent thing, and that's kind
It
of why.
happened last month.
Yeah, it was actually like 2
It's
days
all
ago.
the rage, actually.
No, but it happened within the last like 30 years. At some point, so it's like very recent as far as like Uther's history is concerned.
So King Uther went to this temple, got the weapon, upgraded it maybe, or fixed it up, and then used it to seal away a sea witch?
To see which Nimue.
Sea witch Nimue. Have I heard of a sea witch named Nimue?
You could give me a very hard history check.
Legit. I feel bad even fishing for it, but it might... I'm looking for a tangent.
Yeah. She doesn't sound familiar to you.
Okay. Oh, I did prepare. What am I thinking of? Where was Full Mean from? What was that place called? Shit. Sorry,
He's
I'm
from
getting...
Percival.
Percival. I knew it was close. Just kidding. There we go. Okay, well that is a lead at least. It seems that Goblet was looking for all of these, presumably to go gather up all these weapons. Wasn't Goblet responsible for protecting the Temple of Dreams?
We were, yes.
You don't suppose she's just like trying to find another temple to guard? That seems...
No. She and Tankard, when they left the temple and started killing people, well, when they started killing people, and before they left, they took our relics, basically.
Hmm.
They transferred the spirits into themselves and they left. Maybe they're trying to collect more spirits.
I would certainly track, and there's one not too far south of here. It would take us the opposite direction of Frog region, but it might be worth looking.
It might. I feel terrible dragging you away from the Frog region. Especially since we've been here long enough. I think if she went that direction, she's been there already.
That's probably true. Jupiter says, whether he believes it or not.
I think we should go for the next thing on the map, perhaps. The next closest one?
This one up here, in this forest at the base of the mountains. I've never been to a... I mean, we've been passing through woods, but that looks like a big old forest.
Would it take us closer to the Frog?
Yeah, the Frog region is up just here to the north, right?
Yeah, the Frog region is essentially all these mountains.
Oh, yeah, then yeah, that's where we're going anyway.
It's on the way. We could stop by. Or, if you believe there might be something back there. If I recall, Nara's swords reacted to the pit, right? Maybe they'll react to something in there as well.
Maybe.
I'll leave that decision to you.
Oh,
All of you.
yeah. My gut is to continue to the Frog region and check the temple up there, but that is a somewhat selfish vote, I understand.
I agree with it.
I agree. Who knows how long it'll take for us to go to this near place.
Well, if you're heading up to the Frog Country, there's also the Frozen Hold of the Sun.
Oh,
Oh, what's that? That sounds cool.
the Hold of the Sun.
Surely you mean the unconquered sun? The CEO of the Celestial Bureaucracy? The highest of all spirits?
What do you want about? What is this?
Don't worry about it.
I don't get this one.
It's just my religion, Jupiter.
Is it really? I'm fascinated. I didn't know you worship the sun.
We worship spirits,
Oh, I see.
spirits of nature. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Sorry, I got completely distracted. What's going on?
We asked what the frozen hold of the sun was.
Right. I got distracted because I had to look up how to pronounce this thing.
Gotcha.
It says it held. How do I do this in this accent? This isn't going to work. It held the Ryu Jingu Bang.
Oh,
a
that's a
magical-
storm thing.
It's a magical staff.
That's another one of these
Ryu
sacred
Jingu
weapons.
Yeah, it was one of the sacred weapons that was crafted.
The dragon's pillar.
Oh, I was not even close. Okay.
Oh man, there's so many stories here. I want all of them.
Fucking Monkey King staff. So exciting.
I had a feeling you were going to be the one that picks up on that.
Dude, the Monkey King is the most OP god. It's my
And that's in the Frog region? That's near it? Is that the one up in the forest there?
No, it's up in the mountains.
Oh, I see. I see.
Is
It's
it the
marked.
one near me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a shame no one here uses
Does there happen to
staves.
be any hot springs around that area too?
Yes. Unfortunately, the hot springs are actually close to the Allard estate.
Oh, that's what I was wondering. Yeah, you guys
Um,
can lean to that.
What's the Allard estate?
Sheesh, you would know that that is down over here. Is where their operation
Okay.
was.
Okay, so I started around here, and then there, and then took the tunnel. Wow, that's a long.
Wait,
Am
that's
I imagining that right?
Yeah.
I guess that explains
That's
why I was
my
in there for a
territory.
week.
there's organized crime in my province.
Yes.
Technically,
What the?
technically, your province is a little further to the northeast.
Oh, over here.
You're about there. This is actually
okay.
the insect province.
Oh yeah, of course.
and
They
then
have
the-
organized
the-
crime over there for sure.
The hair province is now just this kind of like little peninsula here.
Did you put a skull and crossbones there because we can't go there?
Yeah.
I do like your Buggy the Clown pirate mark there.
Not pirates, though. Much worse. Don't go there. That's instant death.
Storms and death.
Yeah.
That's what they want us to think.
You're welcome to try.
That was why I took the looking glass. Mostly. I mean, I can't really get over the mountains here, so it was either go down to the wildlands and go over the mountains, or go through this. Then I can't do that. So
It would be a long trip, even if the waters were normal. But as are, it's a certain death.
Yeah, come to think of it, there's actually not really a good way to get to or from Merveille without going over mountains.
just curious how they're here. God, I hate that. I need to know. I need to know why they're here.
Well, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be a little wealthy, but not a king or a prince, and you were able to afford teleportation. Surely they can as well, yeah? You're not a
I mean,
secret
I
heir
didn't
prince, are
buy
you?
it anyway. No.
Are you sure?
God, no. Ugh, that sounds horrible. But no.
Okay. I mean, we haven't seen them in mass. Maybe they've just sent a few over.
Yeah, maybe. Looking glasses are, they'd be expensive, right? I know magic items.
Yeah.
Okay. Like how expensive we talking?
Uh,
I can give an Arcana check if you would like.
It's less of that. Like you would almost certainly know. It's just I have to make sure that I make the economy correct.
Right.
Uh,
It's like a 7th level spell scroll, basically.
kind of, but they are like a lot of them tend to be limited to like one person, and then you can get like
Yeah.
better ones that can take more and more people.
That makes sense.
So for a
While you're pricing that, how much did we get for the gems?
We still have some other stuff to sell, so I'm waiting on that.
Gotcha.
I'd say probably like 150 gold pieces for a single person.
Mm.
Okay, that's actually not too well. Just because we can afford it doesn't mean normal people can afford it.
Bear in mind that you then need 6 of them, so it's
Right.
Yeah.
like a
That's just
900
good for
gold.
yourself.
And if they're planning on bringing a whole army, that's going to be that'd be way too expensive.
I wasted all my money being catty.
Weird, because your hair.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want to waste my money being hairy because that sounds like a lot of waxing, and I don't want to do that.
What? But you need your fur.
Yeah, exactly. I'd like
I
to keep
tried-
that on.
I try to imagine him without fur, and he like crinkles his nose. Like,
I'm standing right here.
you have fur.
It's true, he has a little fur.
I feel
I
like
just-
if I had a buzz cut all over my body, it's different.
Could we shave one part of you just to see what it looks like underneath?
I'm gonna veto that.
I'll give you gold.
It'll be a
Then
part
I have
no
to
one
like
looks
cover
at.
it up all the time, otherwise I'm gonna look weird.
Oh, we're gonna
It'll
pick
be a
somewhere
part.
weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Then
like
I
your
can't
cheek
do
or
that.
something.
No, that's not worth
Not
the
the
gold.
cheek.
Which cheeks are we
This-
talking?
We start game changer. Like, how much for this?
Uh,
How much to shave your entire head?
How much to shave a heart in your left butt cheek?
What if we
Oh,
just
man.
circles around his nips?
No, because people can see me in public with my shirt off. Not many people see my butt. The
What-
butt idea is the most appealing.
what if it was
And
like
it's a star, right?
What if it was like an extremely fancy like dromedary shaving pattern?
Like they do for
Ooh,
horses?
okay.
Yeah,
For
exactly.
camels.
For camels.
Huh. That sounds way cooler. I might do that for a gold.
We could shave all the stripes off.
No, those you got to keep on.
Shave
Because
everything.
then I
but
would
the
just have
stripes?
skin stripes, and that would be
Shave
weird
between
too.
the stripes.
I'll need to go borrow another book from Annie or see if any of the ones I have them. I would just need to look up an old hero of dromedary shaving. I don't know. This one might be a little obscure. I would need to spend a little time doing some research for this one, but I'll bet I can find one.
Wait,
Okay.
You
get
learn
back to
things
me
so
with
fast
that,
now,
and
Juke.
Then we can start again. on
Yeah.
the spin.
Dude, what the I don't know what's so listen. I've been working with Annie to just practice a little, right? And I don't know, I've been seeing things in dreams. I've been talking to people. So when people die, when great people die, when amazing people die with legendary stories, they become stars and they form constellations to remind us of their amazing stories. Right? Everybody knows this. And I've been talking to some of them. But when I wake up, they're helping me? I don't know. I'm still figuring it out. But I talked to, Rongvar, the dwarf smith, like 4 days ago, and he's been helping me make a sword. You know Rongvar.
Rumvar?
Yeah, surely.
What's
Yeah.
a dwarf?
Anyway, the point is that I think I can probably find some sort of a camel knight or somebody who will know how to do this, and then, maybe he'll help me do it in the morning.
It
In
would
the
have
morning,
some.
Okay.
It'd be someone from the Iron Sands, surely.
Certainly, I haven't seen a camel since I came up here. You guys even know what a camel is?
No. I've assumed you were
Uh.
having a stroke each time.
You want to see a camel?
I
my
know what
God.
the fuck a camel is.
Woo.
Apparently,
You know the
I'm-
fuck out of a camel. You've
I've
ridden
never
one.
been so upset with a roll in my life. Oh
Rename that to camel roll.
goodness. Yep, I know what a camel is.
Yeah, so you have seen and probably ridden some Mervean camels, which have 3 humps and 6 legs.
Awesome. So when I use Wild Shape to turn into a normal camel, you're like, hey, where are the other 2 legs?
Where are the other 2 legs? There's 3 humps. You got it wrong.
What?
How did you do that?
No, you're thinking of the camel spider. Those are in Arizona.
No. God, Arizona. I know a
Turn into a
camel when I
camel.
see one, and they have 3 humps.
Sure, why not? I'll burn a Wild Shape to turn into a camel.
Yeah. When you turn into a camel, Stein's like, oh, that horse is frightfully inbred.
Oh no!
He spits.
Oh goodness, why does it do that?
Watch out, they spit. Mostly
Think-
people they don't like. It's weird.
I think your horse is spitting because he's regulating the water leak in his swollen back.
It just slowly drips down into the mouth and he has to spit it out. Gross.
After like 2 minutes, Jupiter changes back. He's like, oh my god, man. You know how women
Feel so hydrated.
who are well endowed complain about their back all the time? I feel like I get it. It's just like
No,
except it's the other way around. It's on my back now. I don't know how
I don't
camels
think-
do it.
I've ever heard a woman complain about being well endowed.
You've never heard that? Oh my God.
No, not in polite company.
Boobs seem like they would be such a chore. I've only heard women complain about having them.
Juno complains constantly.
Constantly,
Yeah.
all the time, yeah.
It's because Juno complains about, damn these huge tits, my back.
In Merveille, they just kind of seem to get in the way. They have to like squish them out of the way to get them to fit in anything.
Yeah.
So I imagine if you have bigger boobs, then you just can't see at some point.
Scoliosis. Anyway, that was a good use of my magic. I'm sure my teacher would be proud.
It was educational for everyone else. It was good use.
True, if you guys,
Horrifying creature. I didn't know those things
you
existed.
guys now know what a camel is. I'm sure that'll serve you well in life.
Not this 2-humped camel. If they knew what a 3-humped camel looked like, maybe.
Yeah, what the fuck is a 3-humped camel with 6 legs? Never heard of that.
It's just a camel. A Mervean camel, anyway.
Now, what else is weird? Are your dogs dogs? What do your dogs look like?
I mean, they're just dogs.
Yeah, but what does that mean to you? Do they have 2 ears, 4 legs?
Well, some have 3 ears, but usually they have 2.
3 ears? Where's the third one go?
I'll let you guess.
I don't want to. Why would I do
Exactly.
that?
Exactly.
Do you think
It's the top of their head. It's a weird, like, shape in their skull.
Oh,
he
Yeah.
looks at like the map and sees Merveille all the way there and how impossible it is to reach it, and then he's about to say something and he just keeps it to himself.
is it that all the camels are inbred over there?
Not just the camels.
Wow.
I don't say any of this. You take it.
All the camels, all the animals have become horribly inbred.
What else are they gonna breed with?
We sawed off Merveille like Bugs Bunny sawed off Florida.
Yeah.
We just got more and more inbred because we didn't import anything.
People say it's, because of the wild magic, but it's a lie.
It's the inbreeding.
You just ran out of genetic diversity.
The people look fine though. We've seen Alistair naked. He's fine.
Yeah, I don't have anything hidden. You should see my insides, though.
What?
Are they blue? How many people have seen inside you?
What's wrong with your insides? And how would I don't want to? What?
Is that a thing Merveans do? You have
Well,
mirrors
camels
that
have an
send
extra
you-
hump. I probably have extra other things.
like
I'm
an extra stomach for
fascinated.
tea.
Probably.
Well, that makes
You
sense.
have a tea stomach. Yeah,
Or a tea bladder.
a tea blender.
We have a tea bladder, especially for regulating tea. Or maybe it filters out all the extra sugar we drink. Because I can eat a lot of sugar and not gain weight.
That must be nice.
That's lovely. When does my cast come off? Can I walk around after week 1?
Before we jump to that, because that is a big thing that
Oh boy.
we need to discuss. First of all, Anne says, "Well, this has been a lovely conversation, and I appreciate all of you. I hope this map helps. I'm gonna go. This has been a lot.
Has she been trying not to die laughing?
Wonderful.
Enjoy your camels."
She turned into an inbred horse.
So she takes off. At some point, you are able to take everybody and speak with Nibutani and Toshikuni about Giuseppe.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, how does she start? Nibutani will mention, yes, I've spoken to this Giuseppe fellow before. He did offer some of your transformative material. He suggested that it would aid in our military strength, but frankly, I found the man deeply unpleasant, and so I turned him down.
A good call on your part, milady.
Toshikuni chime in and say, yeah, I've seen him a few times. He paid well and would use some of the rooms to have conversations. I imagine he was also trying to make deals with other individuals who may be looking for a spike of whatever he was trying to sell.
Did you perhaps buy any from him yourself?
Yeah.
Or know anybody who did?
I can't say that I know anybody that bought any from him. Client privacy is important, so I wasn't listening in.
Of course.
However, I didn't buy any personally. I had no interest and no need. Can't say he's been here for a little over a month or two. He comes and goes. Though I imagine now, if he knows what's good for him, he'll be gone, not show his face anymore. Well, when he spoke with me, he'd shown an interest in starting a deal with his between me and his masters. Spoke of what were their names again?
The Allards, perchance?
Yes, it was a Wilfred and
Lucrece Jean-Marie, if I'm not mistaken.
yes, those are the ones.
So they're still around.
At least according to his telling of the story, yes. They were interested in some of my resources. Apparently, they've been working on their drug or whatever it is that they're creating. But still incomplete, as we've no doubt seen. So they've been looking for other partners who can provide resources that may accelerate their process in making it. And what's your relation to them? Interest?
They kept me as a slave for 11 years.
Oh,
See, you have my condolences.
That'd do it.
Well, at least according to Giuseppe, from what I've gathered, the Allards are very much alive and very much continuing whatever they're working on.
Sheesh's eyes twitch.
I will say he was quite secretive. I tried to press him for information about their location and long-term intentions, and he was very tight-lipped. If you wish, I can send some individuals to try and hunt him down.
I would appreciate it, but do try to keep it a low profile. We don't want to scare him off any faster than he'd already be leaving, right?
True. I imagine that after the events at the casino, like Toshikuni has suggested, I imagine that he's already long gone. But I'll send a couple of birds and make sure that any of the border patrols have a description and understand to keep an eye out should he try and flee back to his masters.
You have my thanks.
Of course. Do you happen to know, having been kept with them for so long, what they're after? What were they working on?
I was honestly not sure of any of this business that they're doing now while I was there, at least. I was mostly a house servant. I worked in the kitchen under Giuseppe, but I know they were mining moonstones from the hot springs nearby.
Interesting. And whereabouts was that?
Their estate and the moonstones and the tunnels that they were mining them from were near the Yugatari hot spring.
Interesting. She takes out a map and makes
Yeah, I
a
imagine.
little mark on it.
I imagine just like I did it out of character earlier, she's just kind of like, now that he has a world map in front of him, he's kind of like taking little notes about, oh, they were around here, which means I was probably around here, and then I went this way.
Yeah. Interesting.
One other bit of information that may be important for you and anybody you might have hunting them down to know. Giuseppe himself is not, but the Allard twins are vampire. Might make them a little harder to track.
Yes, and harder to deal with, I imagine. Fortunately, they're out of my country. My province, rather, and for the time being, I'll inform my soldiers to keep an eye out for Giuseppe, and if you would be willing to provide a description of the twins, I'll inform them to keep an eye out for them as well.
Yes, absolutely. And she shall do his best to give like the full names of both the brothers and Giuseppe Maladonia, and like descriptions of them. Which means you can probably show off tokens.
I can. I'm just about to.
ooh.
Ooh.
Stein tries to doodle them for you.
Oh my god, he's so edgy. The twins.
Which one is which?
Ooh.
copy their names for you.
Oh, bless, because I'm sure I fucked up both of them.
I've got them written. I'm looking at my debrief. I'm just not sure which is which. I'm guessing Willifred is the one on the left.
Gregoire. Allard.
Called it.
Wilfried. And the other one is
Lucrèce Jean-Marie.
Oh, I was close.
Lucresh.
Proud of me. Proud of me.
Fucking Frenchy names.
They not Merveille then?
They are.
Pretty, yeah.
Oh. So they're wild
Merveille
magic vampires. Do you think they're working with the Red Queen?
Ooh, I don't know.
They have very red themes.
It's because they're vampire.
I don't think becoming a vampire makes you inclined to wear red all the time.
Yeah, I wear red all the time. I'm not a vampire.
I squint at you.
Is that why he thought you were a vampire when we started?
Yeah, probably.
No, wait, he thought I was a vampire. Never mind.
No, I thought you were a vampire because you were French.
Yeah.
He's clearly wearing blue. That's the opposite of a vampire. He puts blood in people.
Everything in Merveille is inbred and everyone is a vampire.
Yep.
That's what we've learned today.
All the animals are inbred, all the people are vampires. Gotcha.
I'm such an inbred vampire that I became immune to the sun poisoning thing. Or whatever they have.
You're an inbred vampire. That's why you're immune to sun and you can
Yep.
act like a
How that
normal
work?
person.
That was the solution all along, was the vampires to fuck each other.
Make
DMing.
God. Don't write this in the lore. It's not true.
I'm sorry. It's incorrect.
I think Drake is actively rewriting his lore to make this true.
You better not be.
Yeah, and Alistair was secretly a vampire the entire time.
Does anybody else really hate Gregor's haircut?
Oh yeah, it's the
I
worst.
I don't know what to call it. It's like a
Like a little-
crew cut with a bit of fluff on the
It's like if
front.
you took all the worst parts of a rat tail and a goatee and smacked them on someone's forehead. It really is just impressively douchey.
It's like he shaved his face upside down.
It's the opposite of a soul patch.
Because he
He's kind
has
of
no
upside
soul, because
down.
he's a vampire.
It's a soulless patch.
I love both of them dearly. they're both stupid as hell, but I'm very proud of them.
I just
I like that
noticed
one
how
of them is thick.
I just noticed how fierce Lucresh's lashes were.
Yeah, they were very
Yeah.
fierce. It looks like he took some of Wilfred's, so he has none, and it became double.
Lucretia is very like flamboyant vampire, and then
Yep.
Wilfred was the stockier and quiet, like brooding vampire.
Yeah, I imagine him like that dude from Castlevania, the Russian one. The one who just said, "I am perfect," you know,
Yeah, a little bit.
to Varney. And the crush gives me Varney / Alucard vibes. Alucard from Helsing.
Yeah.
Because he was kind of flamboyant. Do you like
I
my
hate them
one
both.
snake bite piercing? Actually, don't know if that's a piercing or if it's a beauty mark.
Just the lips.
I think their bottom lips just look bigger because they're hiding their vampire teeth in them.
Oh, yeah, they have to hide it.
They keep biting their lips, so their lips are very swollen.
Oh. It gives them very pouty, kissable lips.
Hey, this is a thing that I probably should have asked about. The people in the masks that attacked the casino. Those didn't look similar to the ones that I saw attack the mansion, right? Like those were crow masks.
Yes,
Different. Okay.
very different.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, Dimutani will get to work and send off some birds to kind of inform some of their border security to keep an eye out for these people.
Cool. Thank you.
So, I imagine that this vial is what Giuseppe was trying to sell to individuals, correct? Take out the vial that was found on one of the cultists.
I believe so. Or something similar. I know he was selling things very similar of that to this Bono gentleman.
Oh, right. I have a question. Would it be alright if we kept some of those masks and cloaks?
I suppose so.
We
For
could
what?
use it to infiltrate them if ever we come across them.
I suppose we can part with a few of them.
I think there's one of our size each.
Well, this vial does mean that Giuseppe at least found a couple of individuals that were willing to deal with him. But the question is what they offered him in exchange.
Right.
If it was anything like Bono, it was large sums of coin.
When I saw him on the top balcony, I didn't think he was suspicious because I didn't know who he was. But now that I remember him, do I know what he was doing? He was just gambling, right?
Yeah, he just seemed to be gambling, talking with a couple of people.
Yeah, I don't
Just-
think he was doing anything suspicious.
Yeah, like there wasn't anything in his actions that immediately struck you as, wow, this dude is acting weird.
Didn't even know he was Italian.
Yeah.
I don't even know what that is.
Yubitani will mention that we've taken some samples of this formula and can't discover the entire makeup of it, but one thing that we did find is traces of what appear to be blood. We haven't been able to identify the type, unfortunately.
And this was found on what, sir?
That was in the formula.
In the formula. There's blood in the formula. That's not great.
Do you think it's vampire blood?
Like they're doing some sort of perverse reverse vampirism?
I am inclined
That's a fun phrase to say.
It is a very fun phrase. I'm actually inclined to believe that Kohaku is onto something. Most of what we've seen transformed by this stuff has been very demonic in nature. I think it could be demon blood.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, that creature that we saw the very first time, was it a troll? An Oni?
It was a troll, and it took on very demonic forms and was accompanied by other demons.
Well, those were like fey spirits, if I recall. Or ghosts.
You might be right.
Yeah. But the thing itself was an Oni, was a demon. And it took the vial and became stronger? This is some sort of... I don't know what to call it. A drug.
Shishka, Were there any other slaves with you?
Oh, yes, dozens. Many of them were bubblins like myself.
Do you ever notice any demons in their ranks?
Not that I recall.
Did they ever take your blood?
Not mine. I was never bitten. The Alads insisted that Bublin blood was impure and not fit for them to drink or feed upon. But there were other among the estate that seemed less prudish. One Gabrielle Lier, I believe she was a vampire as well. She was in charge of the gardens. There were other goblins that worked under her, one my sister, and occasionally they'd come back with bandages.
On their necks, or
Mostly just their arms.
it seems possible that they were using goblin blood then.
Oh, I hate that.
Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense. It's a very mutable species. I mean, look at the two of you.
We are very adaptable.
Yes, people have been performing experiments like this for a very long time. So if that is the case, then the Allards have made significant strides in accelerating the mutation process.
This just means that Sheesh and I can later down the line fuse together to form a super goblin.
It's not,
Fusion?
not
Ah!
quite what that means, but
But what it does mean is that the Alads are still up there in the fucking mountains doing all sorts of deplorable things with innocent Bublins.
true.
The Bublin Boys.
Now, unfortunately, as disgusted as I am by this, the Allards and all of their presumed tests and slavery and all of that is well outside of my territory and jurisdiction.
I hope you understand that I don't intend to be nearly as diplomatic.
Well, I'm not going to tell you what to do in another person's province. So you can take that up with Lord Ashita.
Lord Ishida?
Yes. I believe Lord Kohaku is quite familiar with him.
Turn to the Kohaku.
I believe I may be a little familiar with him myself. He was a very special and personal guest of the Alads on numerous occasions.
Oh.
Really?
Throw up in my mouth.
We were to be on our best behavior while he was around.
I offer him a napkin.
Well then. Congratulations, Lord Kohaku. Perhaps you found your demons.
Hmm. Ishida. Why? What does that? How does that make sense?
You know
Who
Ishida.
is Lord Ishida?
Yeah, it was the family that tried to marry me to. I was engaged to Ishida for a minute.
So,
Engaged to his daughter.
Which
what
family are
happened
they?
there? Did you?
Ishida is the family.
Okay.
Insect clan.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, insect clan. Okay.
Ooh, I gotta process this. What does that mean? What does that mean?
Means that
Or and the insect are teaming up to push the hair out?
Vampires are involved? They're making some sort of mosquito monster.
It certainly means that the lordship of that province are not above working with demons and vampires and slavers to perhaps better their own chances on warring with the other provinces.
My province is surrounded by Maho. Every border.
you're not crazy.
I'm not crazy.
Funnily enough, it's just your province. There's not many of them out here. Come across one or two.
Magic.
I wouldn't be entirely sure of that. Marin's forces do pose some problem.
So you knew about this when I approached you and we had our little chat about demons hiding among the ranks of noble families, and then you didn't mention it?
I had no idea that Lord Ishida was working with the Allards. I had no idea that the Allards were even in the insect province.
Sorry for keeping such juicy political tidbits from you, Lord Kohaku.
Juicy doesn't quite cover it.
So you'll help me burn the fucking place to the ground?
Probably.
Excellent.
You know of any associations between the Ishida and the Matsukura that I don't know about?
Or the Matsukura,
Or
the Boar clan.
Leaders of the War Clan.
He's just looking at the map.
My understanding is that there is still tension. Lord Ishida and the Insect Clan are currently allied with the Hera province and fighting to keep Matsukura out.
not been particularly successful. I wonder if their battles are real or just mock.
For what it's worth, my understanding is that although Matsukura was able to make great strides into your province initially, it's only because of the alliance that he's been halted for the time being.
Yeah, almost as if he had help from the inside.
It is possible.
Hmm. Well, we're not going to puzzle the answer out. We better go investigate.
Agree.
I still need to talk to the dang corpse collector. Where's Fing? Did he die?
No.
Is anyone in Hashinagama still alive?
Yes.
They responded. That's how we got our Raven back.
Yep, they were all fine.
Last we checked.
Last you checked.
I did work for that man to get in touch with the corpse collector, and now what?
To give him some credit, the job that we took on, half of that job is dead.
It's true.
Stein just kind of bows his head sadly.
Now it's even more important that I talk to him because now I have something to talk to him about.
At the very least, I'm sure he would like to know our status, and if he needs to do any sort of planning or changes.
You guys remember when I had a human-faced worm in a box in my pocket for 40 sessions without mentioning it?
Sure do.
Yep.
Yeah. What are you holding from us this time?
Nothing.
Because
Or
you can't do
about
that.
About 25 sessions. Hmm. Okay, cool. We have a direction. Let us walk in it.
Well, we are still a week and a half from walking anywhere. But we can at least prepare for it.
Speaking of getting ready to walk, to jump away from this scene, and at some point during this downtime, probably about a week in, you guys actually get called in to the room that Stein is being tended to in by a couple of the doctors, who essentially just ask you very upfront and kind of directly, did any of you happen to do anything to your companion when they fell?
I tried to heal him.
I gave him an encouraging pat.
See, and what kind of magic did you perform?
Uh,
Anything?
cantrip that should have just stabilized him.
Hmm.
Oh wait, did I do?
It was a
think I did-
cure wounds.
Yeah. I forgot which one.
But nothing advanced, nothing reconstructive.
Just a second level spell.
What's happening? Is something happening?
Why don't we show you?
I fuck him up.
No. What we told you is still very much the case. He needs rest and will need continued medical attention. But the injuries he sustained, he should be dead. There is no possible way that somebody in his state should have survived.
Well, that was my impression as well.
Certainly not with the healing that you did, not to undermine your efforts, but here, and they take you into Stein, and Stein, you're still kind of like strapped down, so you can't really get a good look at this, but they will eventually hold up a mirror for you so that you can see as well. But they have kind of like taken off the cast so they can replace it and like fix the bandages and all that, and
Oh gosh.
kind of replace the cast again. And you guys can see Stein's chest, and it looks not healed. Healed isn't the right word for it. But there's something about it that, like, when they shine a light over it, it's like his chest scales in particular, and a bit on his arm, they shine a little bit weirdly. Like the light catches and it reflects oddly, almost like things aren't lined up correctly or something.
Huh.
And you guys kind of take
Weird.
a closer look at it as you kind of get up next to him. You can see very clearly that there are massive scars where Stein was attacked. That like half-inch thick in some areas that go extremely deep. Bear in mind that Stein was like, it was like a bear mauling a toddler. Like,
Yeah.
Oh god.
it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
bit into him. They're huge scars that take up a massive portion of his chest. The fact that his arm, basically, like the way
Was
that
it
it
blocked
bit,
off?
yeah, like it bit essentially kind of like down into your shoulder, down to your chest, and kind of ripped and tore. And like your entire left arm was basically just holding on by a thread.
Bit of sinew.
Yeah, like a little bit of sinew and stuff was just like barely holding it on to the bones. But all of those wounds seem to have been filled with glass.
Oh, fuck.
Oh.
That wasn't me, I promise.
This weird glass-like material is cased over top of them, kind of stitching the wounds shut. And it's nearly opaque. So it almost just looks like his regular scales in some ways. But as they kind of like shine a light very close to it, you can actually see all the way through, and you can see that the wounds go all the way through.
Oh, jeez.
To the point where when the light is right, you can actually like see his lung inflating, see his heart beating in some places. And you can
That's
see
battle
where,
axe, man.
and you can see where the bones are still like broken and being slowly healing.
Ooh.
Wild.
And the doctor's like, whatever this material is, we did not do this. This was not within our capability, but it is the only thing that kept him alive.
You don't know what it is?
No. We're honestly not sure. It seems it's magical to some degree, or it was at least magically created. It seems to have some flexibility, though we aren't testing the full extent of that flexibility at the moment, just given his condition.
Can I feel when they touch it? Can somebody touch it?
It doesn't have a ton of feeling, but it has feeling in that sort of like
through clothes?
Where when you feel that it's almost like you have having your hand on a desk and then somebody taps the underside of the desk. You can feel the vibration of it a little bit. So there is some feeling, but it's all like kind of tangential.
When we tap those parts with like a fingernail or a claw, does it sound like glass?
A little bit, yeah. But yeah, Stein, you essentially have these like massive scars that go kind of from the lower left side of your rib cage up to your left clavicle and across your shoulder and a bit on your arm. And they're just these huge gashes that have now been filled with this like weird glass-like material.
Is my other arm isn't like in the cast, right? Can that move freely?
A little bit. It's at this point it can move pretty well. It was strained really badly after the fight, but at this point, yeah, after a week of kind of recovery, you can move your right arm pretty decently.
Yeah, very gingerly, he just kind of puts that hand on top of the glass on his shoulder or arm, and with the thumb just caresses it gently. And he starts tearing up. And it's not like, oh god, I'm a monster, sort of tear up. More like, I'm really grateful that you did this for me again. Sort of tearing up.
As you do, I need everybody to make intelligence saving throws.
Oh god, everyone's
Stein?
gonna breathe smoke.
Stein, you have advantage.
Intelligence?
Yeah.
I'm so bad. Okay, let's
Wow.
Do I have an idea what this is against?
No idea.
I will... Let me double check. I forget what I rolled. I think it was an 18.
3 and 2.
I'll take a 21 on it.
Cool.
We all die.
Excellent. I'm going to text you guys a couple of things. And I will just expect you guys to act as you would.
Excellent. Perfect.
I'm scared.
I can't wait.
Oh man. Alistair had to try to fail that.
I'm gonna chase the rabbit because I'm curious. I made the right call.
You would have been one of us.
One of us.
Kohaku might have succeeded. We don't know the DC.
Yeah, we don't.
I mean, I got a 12.
You Kohaku might have succeeded.
You know what? That's the wrong attitude. I know I succeeded. F your DC.
Attaboy. If you just ignore the DM, you can succeed on every check.
Exactly.
True.
I have lucky footwork.
That's for deck saves.
You could apply it maybe to intelligence saves where you footwork might help you. Maybe.
Maybe.
Actually, what we can do, because it'll be easier for me to talk to you about this. Stein, why don't you join me in the corner?
Ooh.
Order. Okay.
Will that still go? Do you want us to go in the corner so you guys can still stream, or do you want it to be secret completely?
I'm gonna do the secret completely.
All right, good
Okay.
luck.
You guys vamp for a little bit.
Oh, this isn't streamed. Okay.
Don't
where's the
say
corner?
that.
Meet you in the corner.
Well, that's mysterious.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
very concerned. Instead of being useful in vamping, I'm going to be right back.
Wow.
Well, that's not very useful.
I know, I'm so sorry. I'll be right back.
It's okay. So who were we talking about again?
Who has the cutest booty? It's me.
It's probably you.
Yeah, it's me.
The tail's cheating, but it's fine.
I mean, we can style Alistair's tail sort of in the same way, right? See
By
some
hacking it
diamonds
off?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Are you gonna miss it, really? You're lucky you still have it after the cannon shot.
What if you just tie it in like a bun?
Yeah.
Then I could have a bow on my body all the time. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I still don't
Do
like
you
this
like
idea.
do you like a Dragon Ball? Tie it around your waist and then get a fake bunny tail.
Oh, okay.
So
That way
your
no
bunny
one cuts
tail
off
and
my real tail.
furry belt. Yeah. That way you
Okay.
can still become a kaiju.
hmm That thing I'm known to do all the time.
Well, have we seen a full moon yet?
Yeah.
Have we seen a double full moon?
We saw a double new moon, right? Means double
Mhm.
full moon's on the way. Probably. Unless they are on different schedules, which they probably are, so never
They
mind.
probably are. Yeah, so we're probably as far away from a double full moon as possible.
Yeah, it's true. We'll never know.
Have we
But
ever
also,
seen
like-
Alistair and Nara in the same room at the same time?
Yes. Yes, there have been several times we've been in the same room. He and I have talked to each other. Oh, they're back.
And yet-
Hello.
In those situations where you're in the same room at the same time, did we actually verify that neither of you is an illusion?
Who?
Like in that moment? The theory is Alistair and Nara are the same person.
What?
His theory before this was that under a double full moon, I turn into a kaiju, and that's why he needs to take off my tail and replace it with a bunny tail.
We don't know that that's not the case. We don't know that for sure. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, okay. We're back.
What did I miss? What's happening?
Okay. So Stein touches his shoulder. just this look of heartfelt gratitude, and then his face falls, and he doesn't have any words. And the heartfelt expression changes to one of heartbreak.
Jupiter steps forward, puts a hand on your shoulder. He's not coming back.
I don't remember who that is.
You what? You don't remember?
They're gone.
Oh,
Whoever they are, I don't know who they are anymore.
what happened?
I don't know.
Can I look at his hands?
I don't know what's going on.
Can I look between his fingers?
Yeah. This seems fine.
He starts pointing at everyone. Jupiter, Alistair, Kohaku, Sheesh. He points at himself.
Jupiter kind of like gives a second and gives like a leading face. And then Stein, your name is Stein.
I'm Stein. Yes, but
The name you said was Atropos. The thing in you is Atropos.
wait, what happens?
You feel like the name is correct. It doesn't spark anything. Like you don't, like you are aware that okay, that was the name. That was the name. Atropos.
Doesn't ring a bell.
And then it starts to fade again.
Oh my gosh. For a moment there, I thought it was going to be like the Adventure Zone, where everything is like... It's all censored.
Not yet.
Oh my gosh!
Does that ring any bells?
It's not familiar.
Did you see something? Did you see a man wrapped in rags?
What?
Okay, never mind. Just checking.
What's a guy? Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm fine. Are you all right?
No, I just lost a friend.
I mean, just look at it this way, man. If there's nothing to remember, there's nothing to mourn.
Oof.
He just looks
Ouch.
desperately. And he points at his shoulder. Every day I look at this will remind me of what I've lost.
Jupiter steps back. He doesn't know how to process this.
Which is unfortunate because I think you're the only person who remembers who this is.
Oh, fuck. I look around. Nobody else knows?
You said that name. I could check my notes real quick.
Oh, fuck. You guys don't remember it.
Nope. It's in my notes though, so I guess it happened and you're not crazy.
I run out and I go look for Lady Talon.
What do you mean? I remember it.
Oh, you remember? Okay, you remember it?
Do I remember it?
Yeah, the demon possessing Stein by the name of Atropos.
I mean, the name sounds
Don't
familiar. I
call
never met him
them
myself.
a demon.
I mean, they were... Why wouldn't... I mean, Jupiter puts on his worst sympathetic face. He almost certainly was. I know you don't remember him, but I'm not here to pass judgment. I'm gonna go find Lady Talon. I think we should find out what she knows, if anything.
Yeah, you can go and find her. She's out in one of the courtyards just practicing.
Lady Talon?
Yeah, what's going on?
No, don't panic. He's fine, but something with Stein. Does the name Atropos mean anything to you?
Tilts her head. Who's that?
Oh, fuck. Okay. Here, come with me if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah, she falls along.
On the way up, I kind of briefly... Something helped Stein survive. Something magical. We think it was a creature that has been living with him in his head for a very long time, named Atropos. The problem is that now, very suddenly, he doesn't remember any of the details. He even forgot his name until I jogged his memory. And what's more concerning is that 3 days ago you knew his name and what he was as well. And now, unless you're playing with me, you don't.
Are you sure about that?
I am not a prankster. That's not what I do.
Right. Sorry. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. Sorry, I don't recognize the name.
No, it's fine. It's not your fault. But I at the very least, I know he's very broken up about it, and I think he'd appreciate having you around.
Yeah, of course.
You're much better at this sort of thing than I am. Yeah.
Yeah. So Talon will come and join you guys. Come and sit next to Stein and kind of take your hand.
He straight up just kind of leans into her, moving as little as possible.
Yeah. She comes close so that you can kind of rest your head.
Can't believe they're gone.
Well, maybe they're not. Some of us remember Atropos.
The name doesn't feel right.
Maybe it's maybe it can again. Maybe there's something that we could do.
You're right.
Only some of us have been affected by this, so maybe there's something that can be done to stop it or undo it.
You're right. How? Why do you remember the name? He just looks up at everyone who does remember the name.
I let other people answer first. Jupiter's pondering. Kind of looks at Kohaku and Sheesh.
Shrug. My memory is like a steel trap.
Yeah, you guys aren't entirely sure why you remember. It's just it's almost like asking if you remember what you did yesterday. Like it's just feels normal.
I don't know. I don't know. If it's magical, then maybe we fought it off. But it's hard to say. None of us knew much about him. I only knew a few things. His name, that he helped you when you needed it and has now helped you again. And Oh, I'm trying to separate meta knowledge. I think that he had something to do with some of the monsters in the swamp.
Swamp?
Yeah, there were demons that I think he spoke to through you, maybe? I don't remember exactly how that went down.
It's not familiar.
No, Jupiter bites his tongue. He has a lot of thoughts on this that he now knows not to say.
Whatever he was, I'd appreciate it if you don't call him a demon. Not in the tone you used.
Very well.
Jupil nod.
It closes his eyes, lays back.
Talon will kind of let you rest and get up and kind of like motion for everybody to kind of follow her for a minute and just get some space so that you can talk without hopefully upsetting Stein.
Right.
Well, I don't really like the idea of my memories just disappearing if that's what's happening.
Yeah.
Do you guys know anyone that's more adept at magic or any of this spirit stuff?
Yeah, certainly.
Yep.
Started with a K. Kaku. The witch. She was a witch. Down south. She knew a ritual that would let you trade memories for healing. Almost exactly like this. That's why I mentioned that man wrapped in rags. And he is a little reluctant at first, but then he realizes he's already all in, so he eventually lifts up his own hand and reveals the 2 remaining scars between his fingers.
I wouldn't show that off too often, Jupe.
Yeah, he nods.
Better advice, I think, would be to join us on our trip to the Frog Province. There certainly will be someone there who can help. Someone who isn't quite a sketch.
Yeah, but the Frog Province is still weeks away, and this happened overnight. What if it keeps getting worse?
Better than making a deal with a witch. Yeah, let's call it witch.
I mean, it would be almost the same travel either way, and she's not there anymore anyway. The Frog Province is our best bet.
Right. Do we figure out where she went, or do we just know she's probably teleported? I think it's just we know she teleported.
We hope that she has teleported. We're not even 100% sure of that. We didn't find a corpse and found some signs that she probably teleported. We have no idea where she went. I can, at the very least, try to slowly perform a ritual to see if it is safe for us to leave Stein overnight, or if we need to act more urgently. If you can give me a moment, I'll grab my cards and start on that.
Okay.
And I'll be right back in the character.
Actually, let's take a little short, like 2-minute break, because I'm going to grab a snack as well.
Okay.
Intermission.
Time to grab some stress-eating food.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby.
And get some vampire snacks.
No, not those kind.
I'ma bite you, Philo.
Don't
bite him.
bite
I'm
me. I'll come.
Don't
I'm
bite
a-
him.
I'ma take your blood, Philo.
Don't do it.
He already told you he'll come. Don't do it.
I'll stab you. Put a
Don't
lot
stab
of
me.
garlic. I'm gonna put so much garlic on your dinner from now on.
Don't stab me, I'll come.
True. He will.
I'm mad that this Earhoo music has a fucking cover of the Dragonborn comes in it.
Oh. Oh, the really long 2-hour one.
Yeah.
It also had like Star Wars theme in it. So
I missed
it's like,
that.
oh,
They fucking that Inuyasha earlier too. I missed that.
yeah. I was like, okay, this wasn't as Wake of the Fallen Moon as I thought. But it's pleasant.
Yeah.
But
Ooh, it has
man, this
Legend
is
of Korra
much
music.
worse.
Oh, and there's Naruto at the end. There's a lot of Naruto actually.
Do they list the tracks they play? Oh yeah, they do.
Yep, at the
There's
bottom.
a
if you
track
hover
list,
over it.
yeah.
Yeah.
The Last Samurai, To Heal, Glassy Sky from Tokyo Ghoul. Yeah, there is a lot of. There's also World of Warcraft.
Well, this session has been troubling so far.
Yeah.
It removed his name from your memories. Except some people. What?
Man, memory curses are a real bitch, huh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not bitter still.
I built
Here.
Alistair so he should remember things because I can't remember things. He can't
He
start
rolled
remembering
really low.
things. He did. Oh.
Could you imagine if he had like Keen Mind, the one that gives you a perfect memory, and you still forgot?
Yeah, that'd be real fucked up.
Like everyone went on the snack break to get energy.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Come back.
I'm
Welcome.
ready to inflict more damage. I'm sorry.
Emotional damage.
I still have HP. It's fine. Oh no, Nara.
Ooh.
Does Nico?
Guess I should roll for him too.
Should Petty Salt make a roll?
No. for reasons.
What the fuck is petty saw?
It was banned. Nico remembers. Nara doesn't.
Excellent.
What the shit? Our int boy failed. What chance did I have with my -1?
You had advantage for a reason.
I know. So,
The DC didn't even seem to be that high.
it was like a 10, I think.
Currently, it was just 10.
Yeah.
Current.
We're just terrible at Nara failed. Jupiter would have failed.
Nico almost failed. Sheesh and Kohaku were only like 2 or 3 above the DC.
It was a very, very low int party.
Alistair's carrying us.
It's okay. When there's a 1/10 chance I'll fail, I'll do it.
Oh boy.
But yeah, while we wait for Jupe to get back to do his divination stuff. Did any of you guys do anything else?
Sheesh was gonna do the rest of his big backstory reveal, but I should wait until Jupe gets back, I think.
I'm next.
He's
so
back.
sorry. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
Did you get a good snack?
I did. I fucking love jalapenos, guys.
You're
too.
just eating raw jalapenos.
Dude, I could. I
Ah.
could.
Just
I
biting
want
into 'em.
jalapeno poppers real bad.
So yeah, Jupe, what divination are you doing?
So I come back with the cards, and I am going to do an augury ritual. And the course of action that I intend to take is to walk away from here, assuming that Stein is fine, that we don't need to urgently search for a solution, that he'll make it through the night just fine. Assume that this is a one-time event that is over now, and we don't need to deal with it anymore. Or to put it
Very well.
briefly, cope and move on.
That is such a stretch of how this ability is supposed to work.
It only says the course of action is 15 minutes. Doesn't say the
Yeah.
results have to happen in 15, but you're right. I'm stretching.
Sure. No, I'm fine. You're not wrong. This is a course of action that you can take in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
You don't need to get the results. I will say that you cope and move on. You get a whoa result.
Oh, that's not good. Well, it is, as Lady Talon feared, I think. At the very least, ignoring this problem is not going to go well for us. It is We need to pay some more attention to it. Alistair, I don't suppose you could try identifying whatever's happening to him.
What's the problem again? I forget.
Please tell me you're fucking with me. Please, Alistair, tell me you're fucking with me.
I know he forgot a name, but I don't remember what the name is again. Let me see.
It's this. He holds up his journal and it just shows a drawing of a moth.
Can I flat casted. For the record, I can't tell if this is an out of character bit or not. I flat cast detect.
Oh no, I can do it. I can just identify.
Okay, but did real talk in character? Did Alistair just forget things?
Alistair doesn't remember the name still.
Yeah,
I'm doing it anyway. I flat cast detect magic. Is there anything lingering on all of us unexpected?
oh,
Nothing. Okay.
You identify Alistair, and Alistair identifies me.
He detected magic on everyone.
I throw up
and
an
I'm
aura.
identifying you.
I throw up an
Oh.
aura. I watch everyone. I'm looking
Yeah.
for enchantment. I think people might be having their memories fucked with.
you don't get any enchantment. You do notice that Stein does have several bits of magic on him.
Open. I can identify those maybe.
Yeah,
I'll do my best to point out specific spots. I assume it's the glass.
the glass is, and also just his entire body has a little bit of
Friendship.
friendship.
Okay, then yeah, I will work with Alistair to try to pinpoint all of these different effects so that he can identify it better.
I need to double
It's
check
the-
that I fixed this when I did all my homebrew.
It's the best school
Uh-oh.
of magic, friendship.
Friendship
Okay.
magic.
You do detect some necromancy on Stein, just like his whole
Ooh.
body.
Healing.
Yeah, presumably from all the doctors progressively healing him,
Yeah, that makes sense.
which is just kind of, and as you identify it, Alistair, you do get that it's essentially just kind of a lingering effect that will slowly help his body repair.
Okay. Well, that's just his body slowly repairing, so that's not a big deal. Is there any effect for his memory in here?
Nothing for the memory. However, the glass. I need to double check that I do this correctly. You get the sense that the magic here is, you can't quite pinpoint a school, but you get that the elements are chaos and creation.
Okay. Chaos and creation I'm getting off of this, but not getting the school, which is weird.
It's almost like it's not a school of magic, like in the classical spellcasting sense. It's almost like there's
Okay.
it's almost like it is magic.
Okay, I'm not getting the school, but it's definitely magic. It is magic. Maybe it's something that a spell can't normally do?
Does this resemble in any way the shard of air that is embedded into Kohaku, except perhaps void instead?
Ooh, interesting. You could give me an Arcana check. Or something else if you can think of something else appropriate.
Oh, hell no, that's my best.
It's not quite the same. But it's not quite different either. There is something strangely raw about it. It's how do I best describe this? It's almost like seeing When you were a kid and you made like a baking soda volcano, seeing all of the foam is kind of like that's what happens when a magic spell happens is the foam.
Sure.
What you're looking at is the baking soda.
Okay, this is raw weave. This is mana. This is distilled mana, or something like that.
Almost. It's not white. It's like, yeah, there is something that's almost like purer than magic about it.
Bizarre. Well,
Stein, from your time at the Dream Cathedral, something you would know is that the elements of creation and chaos are the two elements that are highly associated with Tir na Nog, which is like the Feywild, essentially.
Okay. What?
Oh.
This might be Avalon magic. Avalonian. Avaloni?
that would make sense. It's certainly not elemental. None of the elements have those.
I suppose it makes sense. You're kind of at the coast that seals away Avalon. Maybe some of its magic seeped into the cathedral.
Maybe.
You don't suppose that perhaps this Atropos thing was not a devil, but in fact a fae of some sort?
No, I couldn't tell you now.
Weirdly, that strikes you as correct, Stein.
Yeah,
Even though
I feel like that's right.
yeah, even though you can't remember the name, you can't remember specifics, there is something about that that feels like, yeah, that tracks. My friend was some kind of fae.
You
That's familiar. That I know that's true.
know that's true?
That feels true.
Can I? Oh. Can I try something?
Will it hurt?
Not physically.
All right.
Atropos was a monster who sought to harm you.
Fuck you.
Atropos didn't care about you. He was indifferent. He just had his own goals and you were useful.
I mean, that's rude. I don't know if that's true.
Atropos was a friend and he was working with you because he cared about you.
Do I feel anything about these aside from
Um,
offended?
The last one does, I guess, did specifically on the last one. Is that how Stein felt?
That's
and-
how I felt.
Then yeah, that does ring as
Yeah.
yes, that is correct.
That last part is true. Oh, I see what you're doing.
Atropos did what he did of his own volition without your knowledge as kind of a surprise. Atropos was in on it with you. You talked with him beforehand to come up with this deal where he would save you in exchange for some of your memory.
That doesn't seem right.
Atropos...
Yeah.
Okay, nothing.
That part doesn't seem right. Or I don't recall it. Is this weird magic?
No, this is psychology. Well, there's definitely some weird magic involved in this for sure. The fact that you're remembering things is supernatural, I think. I don't know, I'm not a doctor.
I'm very sorry for cussing you out.
Stein, hearing profanity from your lips is the closest thing you've been to a human being in the entire time that we've been traveling together.
That's rude. Some people just don't like swearing.
I understand it. I'll never get it. How do you express yourself?
By loving.
That's really just the most saccharine thing that I've heard in 2 weeks, and I am going to go have to take a bath. Well, I don't know what to tell you, other than it sounds like he was your friend, and I'm sure that whatever's going on, he's doing it for a reason, and that apparently he was Fae, and maybe we need to go back to Avalon at some point to learn more.
I've never been to Avalon.
Well,
Oh,
nowhere's too far when you've got a good set of sails.
I don't know if it's safe to go to Avalon.
Well, I mean, we're traveling, right? We're doing the adventuring thing. That's part of it.
Suppose.
I mean, if that is what we're doing, he kind of like looks around.
yeah.
It's the worst that could happen, huh? You die?
Worst that could happen, I die and I'm forgotten.
Worst things can happen, but I feel you.
Your magic said it would be detrimental if we moved for the frog country
No, all
in
my
this condition.
all my magic told me is that if we ignore this and never deal with it again, that would be a bad thing.
All right, but how do we deal with it?
Oh, hell if I know. There is stronger magic eventually that I might be able to use to learn more, but that is far, far outside of my expertise.
Don't like it, but there's a gamble.
Alistair, I want you to make a spellcasting check. It was a very high DC.
Oh my gosh. Good luck. Someone can guidance him.
So that is unskilled in, probably.
Oh.
Or would I be proficient with it because
Yep.
it's spellcasting?
You're proficient to spellcasting.
I just got to the Dovahkiin part there.
I can tell you right now, DC is 25.
Oh my god.
Okay. I can't make that then. My int's only 4.
Yeah, you can.
You get your proficiency,
He's letting you have proficiency
Oh wait,
on it.
proficiency. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. and if you want to spend any other resources, you can.
Yeah, we got
Yeah.
tools. We got tools. You got flash.
A
we got
flash and a
guidance.
guidance.
Yep.
Well, that doesn't bode well.
What's your mod? It's 4?
It would be 4
plus 3.
proficiencies plus 3.
7, we're at 11. Yeah, you'd have to re-roll to start it.
Ah,
Had to reroll. Yeah.
yeah.
I don't have any inspiration or anything right now.
Likewise.
Let me see. I think I used mine last time. Yeah, I used mine last time.
Yeah, I believe you did.
Oh, I still have my 3 death failures marked on my sheet.
Oh no.
Let me unmark that.
Yeah, no, unless there's a way for me to reroll.
I have no
unfortunate.
inspiration.
Yeah.
Wasted that 20 on that initiative earlier. I knew it was gonna happen.
And 2 20s and camels.
Oh yeah, and 2 20s on camels, right?
I don't know. Does anybody have
I'm afraid
Oh.
not.
biscuit? Sheesh.
Does that
No
help?
inspiration, no.
No
I
inspiration.
don't think we have any inspiration.
No.
I'm trying to
No.
I
look.
think we're just
Well, I should have given you guys some inspiration at some point.
I could do something. I could try to do something really cool real quick.
Tell us cool things
Oh.
we've already done.
Biscuit
Inspiration for
should-
dying.
Biscuit should have inspiration because it's his birthday.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
True.
Stein
Thank you.
should have inspiration for dying.
Perfect.
And she should have inspiration for abandoning his revenge quest in favor of his friend.
Yeah, that one
Ah.
definitely.
yeah, that one's good.
Postponing, not abandoning.
Right.
Abandoned.
I'll give
forever.
you. Yeah, I'll give you my inspiration, Alistair.
Okay.
Real quick question.
hmm
What are the rules on learning different spells? Can I do that at the level up?
Mhm.
I can swap them. Okay. Another
Son of
quick
a
question.
bitch.
Of course.
That's all right. That's all right. It's what the dice say.
Another quick question. How many spells should I have as a 7th level half caster? How does that work?
I'll get you in a second.
Okay.
A quarter.
So it depends because you're. Wait.
Because I'm 5 ranger,
Right.
he's doing revised ranger, and then I'm 2 cleric now. So
Count the 2 clerics as 2 full spellcaster levels.
oh,
I think you're not supposed to do
Yeah,
that in this
yeah.
campaign. Are we allowed to go half caster and full caster house?
No.
No, no. He
We
cheated.
might have
Did I
to sort
fuck
this
up?
out. We might have to sort this out. in a bit.
I'll help sort it out later.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
It probably just means you're over the casting limit currently, and your next few levels are going to have to be martial.
Yeah.
Like non-ranger martial.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
You're going to have to triple class. Welcome to the club.
well, I don't want to do that.
We'll talk after and
Okay.
can help you
Yeah.
sort things out. For the time being, though, Alistair, what does that get your total to?
No, it's still low.
It's
see.
too low, yeah.
I mean, here, this
5.
is daily. I'll throw it on just to see what happens.
Wow, it's just a fucking picture on it. Why is there a
Okay,
picture?
so
12, 14, plus your flash if you want it.
yeah, I'll do that. That gets it to 20. Well, that'd only be 20.
Yeah, the DC is 25.
Yeah, I won't get it quite there.
Closer you get, though, I might be able to give
That's
you a little.
fair.
That's
Okay,
fair, yeah.
I'll
Nudge in
use
the
the
direction.
flash. So that's 2. My flash is gone.
You're getting good use of this.
I'd rather use it than not use them.
Yeah, I found out you can put pictures in the title.
You can put pictures in the title? How'd you do that?
Magic, I'll show you.
You're a wizard, Feck.
You get this as you're casting Identify on Stein and going through and figuring out, like, okay, here's all the healing magic that they're doing. Here's this weird glass that you can't quite understand. It's a little beyond your level. And then you remember very early on in the campaign, I'm pretty sure, you had tried to identify Stein, and you had felt like there was something there that it looked back at you, and you did not want to see it. And as you cast Identify again, you get this sense that that thing that kind of stared back at you and kind of kept you from pushing forward, it's there, but it can't stop you this time.
Ooh.
Oh.
Hmm.
Oh.
Well, if it can't
Penetrate me.
stop me, then yeah, I'm going in. Balls
Please
deep
use
in this.
lube. Be gentle.
How do I describe this? Alistair, you feel this sudden sense as you have a hand just kind of like resting on Stein's forehead, and your eyes closed as you're going through this ritual, and then there's this weird sense, almost like your hand has begun to push into Stein,
Ooh.
and you suddenly feel yourself almost tumble forward. Your eyes go wide, and you feel yourself almost falling into this like glass mirror that splits open, almost very like Doctor Strange mirror world kind of way,
Ooh,
where all these
okay.
shards kind of begin to split, and you see yourself refracted in hundreds and hundreds of ways. You feel yourself fall forward. None of the rest of you outside of this see this. Alistair is just standing there, eyes closed, continuing his chant. But Alistair, you just feel this sense of being pulled deep into something, towards something that has been lingering in Stein. And this curiosity that has always lingered in you pulls you and urges you forward to see what was beyond your grasp before. And as you reach out, you find yourself in a dark room. It's kind of circular, and you can see staring up, kind of looming over top of you, are these curved stained glass depictions of what appear to be monstrous entities leering down at you. There's 7 of them that are full, and there's an 8th one across from you that appears broken, almost as if it's melted or falling apart. What do you do?
Oh man. What are the 7 that are full? Like,
There's these strange, almost monstrous depictions. They're very abstract,
Okay.
but you can see like almost like these strange, multicolored silhouettes of entities that are almost vaguely draconic in nature, but you can tell, having seen Nico at this point, and also the weird skeletal dragon, that there's something off about them. They're not quite right. Their faces are pulled in slightly on a couple of them, almost like snub-nosed a little bit, and their necks are strangely long and almost tendril-like. Their limbs are elongated and strange. Everything is just like a little bit more alien than you're used to.
okay,
Um,
weird. I guess I go towards the weird melted one and look at that a little closer.
Importantly, the depictions are all each these like draconic-ish creatures is in a different color. One is a bright ruby red, one is an emerald green, one is a brilliant blue kind of sapphire, one is a pale, kind of almost white moonstone-ish color. One is a vibrant kind of crystal, almost like a quartz. Another is kind of a purplish amethyst, and the last one is this like gold topaz color.
Okay.
You
Then what's the last one? Can I see what color it should be made out of?
it the glass is all kind of like blackened and almost looks like it's kind of started to melt out of the remember the lead kind of framing that
Okay.
the stained glass reliefs are kind of like made in, and it's all just kind of like melted down and charred in this ugly sort of color, and you can just see it kind of dripping as if it's just vanishing slowly. You step closer to it, and just beyond it you can see this dark, almost completely pitch black room, and as you kind of peer in, you can faintly see this huddled form. Its body is kind of like pulsing, almost like a very weak heartbeat. And it turns, and you make eye contact for just a brief moment. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Fun.
Not bad.
Alistair, you feel yourself thrown from the room. Glass shatters back around you, and you are suddenly slammed back into your body. Your hand pulls free of Stein's forehead, and you feel a maddening compulsion, like you have just looked upon something that should not be looked upon, and you take 28 points of psychic damage.
Ooh,
Holy
ow.
hell. Hey,
Whoa, shit, what the fuck? Hey, whoa.
You guys see Alistair's nose begin to bleed, and Alistair begins to claw at his own eyeballs.
oh, someone stop him!
No, hey.
Ooh.
But I should have seen it.
Grapple.
Yeah, Kawaki, you guys are able to pin him down. Alistair, you can make another wisdom saving throw.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
Someone hold him down! Nara probably helps, also.
Yeah, you guys, Nico also just like jumps on top of him.
Like a cat.
Just being dogpiled.
But yeah, you guys can. You see Alistair just like freaking out. Stein, you can see this like awful smog just beginning to pour out of Alistair's mouth.
There's something coming out of his mouth.
Do I detect anything magical?
Nope. And only Stein sees that.
Ooh.
We
If you
need
do
to
that like
heal.
5 more times, I'm gonna be unconscious, so. Ow, shit. Am I still freaking out? How long do I freak out?
There's something in
Quite a
his
while. You
mouth.
can make another wisdom save.
Okay.
Oh no, your wisdom saves are not good!
Oh, they're
Yeah.
bad. They're flat. It's just a 0.
Yeah, Alistair freaks out for a good long time.
Oh no!
You guys have enough. There's enough of you guys that you guys are able to like hold him down and like keep him from harming himself.
You just-
Give him
It's like-
mittens.
It's like when a cat's freaked out, you just like wrap it up in a towel and hold it.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty
Burrito
much.
me.
It takes a very long time, but after a couple of minutes of this like pretty awful freak out, Alistair, you feel yourself kind of like being shaken back into reality.
Ali.
Ugh. Oh, my head. What? Ugh.
Feeling better?
Oh, good. We're here. It's here. Okay.
What's
What
going
happened?
Um. Remember a long time ago I said there was something like blocking me from getting deeper inside Stein?
on? Yeah.
Well, it wasn't there this time, so I of course had to go as deep as I could.
You
Um.
To add some clarity to that statement, it wasn't that it wasn't there; it was that it couldn't stop you.
Okay. And it was there, but it couldn't stop me from going in this time.
It felt weak.
Whatever it is still there, but a lot weaker than it was before.
I
Went in and there was a bunch of glass. It was just layers of glass going in. And there were these stained glass. They were almost dragons, but they all looked a little odd. But there was one that was kind of melted. The glass was blackened, charred like it had been melting. The lead was kind of dripping down. Beyond that, there was this kind of a room. So I stuck my head in, obviously, because why wouldn't I do that? And I saw something kind of small, huddled up. And then it looked at me. And that's all I really remember. It just felt like I shouldn't be there anymore. I saw something I shouldn't have seen, and I don't want to think about it anymore.
no, yeah. Fuck. Fuck You look like you've seen a ghost. You look like you're about to pass out.
Have some water.
Yeah, water good.
You said there
It's
were.
the side table.
You said there were creatures in there though, dragon things.
They weren't creatures. They were like murals
Windows?
made out of stained glass, kind of stained glass windows almost. There was a red one. Looks kind of like a ruby red, an emerald green, sapphire blue, pale moonstone, the crystally quartz, amethyst, topaz, and then that blacked out one.
These were all dragons?
They all looked like dragons. They weren't exactly dragons. Some of them looked they looked weird. Squished in places they shouldn't be squished, or larger in places they shouldn't have been. It could just be bad artistic interpretation, honestly, but maybe not that.
You said you felt that they were stopping you before, but they aren't now?
I don't think it was them that were stopping me. It might have been that thing that I saw stopping me. I'm not entirely sure.
You said one of them is made of black glass, though? He, like, looks to Stein's arm.
Does it look anything like Stein's arm, that glass?
No.
Okay.
Well, it was hard to say that maybe at some point, yes, but the state that you saw it in, it was like it was ruined. The glass on Stain's chest feels like nice, like it's pristine, and it's dark, but it's dark to kind of match his kind of scale
Right.
tone. The glass in there, it was like smudged as if it had been like licked with smoke. It was melting and just like burnt.
I haven't worked with glass a whole ton, but if it's burnt, it gets this black, ashy color to it. Just kind of gets ruined, I guess.
This was all inside my head.
Yeah, uh-huh.
That's so odd. I feel like I would have dreamt about this or something. Then again, I don't really sleep.
I mean, I am going to jump to about 7 conclusions back to back here, but you tried this before, and it didn't work because something forced you out. This Atropos guy goes missing, he loses his memories of it, and suddenly you're able to go in, like the thing keeping you out was Atropos. You go in and you find one of these creatures in a state of disrepair, but not fully dead, and he kind of like looks over to Stein like that's some sort of comfort. And
Yeah,
when you
not
find-
dead.
And then
And
you
he's
find
still inside. Wait, he attacked you?
He didn't attack me, he just looked at me, and it made me really scared, and I flew out of the mirror space and convulsed on the ground for 15 minutes.
Oh, it's one of those things mortals shouldn't look upon, like angels.
Yeah, I guess that's a thing, isn't it? You aren't supposed to look upon them.
was that just a thing in your line of work? Are you familiar with this sort of thing?
Me, no, I've just read about weird shit a lot.
We have scriptures. People would preach. Some angels cover their eyes with their wings, particularly the more powerful ones, because their gaze can reduce you to dust.
Well,
I
I'm
don't
glad
know
I'm
if
not
it's true.
dust.
That sounds truly awful.
Yeah, I'm not in a big hurry to go look at it again.
Thank you for trying anyway. That looked horrible. He just kinda... He can't reach because he's in bed. Can he come out? But he like, he's waving a little handkerchief at you for the nose.
come over and let you wipe it.
Damn it. There we go.
Real quick, kind of metagamey, out of character thingy that I want to ask while we're in town and doing like resting and stuff. I know that I fucked up my classes and my casting levels, but I would like to trade one of my second level spells if I could still.
Mhm.
Okay, because it seems like it might be a while, especially in a war-stricken place, before I can find a golden acorn worth 200 gold to stuff a bunch of shit in so I can use my summon beast spell. I was going to trade it for lesser restoration and try that on Stein
Oh.
if we haven't already.
You're talking about just for like curing his normal disease?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, you can try if you want. I was told it wouldn't work.
Yeah, they did tell you that. So, well, it won't help with his physical injuries.
I was gonna say if there's some new shit happening right now, it could work.
I don't know what's going on. I'm just dreadfully sorry it's caused so much of a fuss.
You're not a fuss. You're a friend. We're gonna do what we can.
Yeah, you're fine. I chose to go in there on purpose, and we learned things, so it's all good.
I'm sorry it tickled your mind a little. It looked really bad.
Yeah, tickle. Yeah, that's the word.
Yeah, that's kind of what it looked like. Like you were being held down and someone was tickling you and you were screaming.
Well, but in a way that
she-
isn't as hot as it sounds.
Yeah.
You can,
What do you mean hot?
What? You guys don't? No. Oh, never mind.
No, it's okay. We play with children. Don't say such things.
Sheesh, you can cast lesser restoration on Stein if you wish.
Does
Go
it
for it.
help though? It's worth a shot.
We won't know
Yeah.
until we try. Go for it.
Yeah, I will try that.
Tell me how it looks. How you do it.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn because it's a ranger spell, but because it's a healing kind of spell, I'm imagining I'm kind of learning it as part of my clerical studies. So I'm deciding which flavor of magic I want this to look like. Would you say it's more of a cleric thing?
It's just a big fishy kiss.
You take out those tenderizing mallets, and you're like, "Hold on,
We gotta
I'll fix you."
beat the devil out of you.
I thought for a minute you meant you was gonna beat his lips until they were big and like he could give you a big smooch with big inflated lips, and I'm just like, why?
Um,
I'll say this is more of in line with the cleric stuff I've been studying lately. It fits with the level up.
Yeah.
So she's just like, all right, this may be a little weird, and I apologize if it makes you uncomfortable, but this is the best I can try at the moment.
You could
And
never make me uncomfortable.
he starts by just like biting the tip of his thumb with one of his
Oh, okay.
his own thumb, not yours. So I bite my thumb, and then I just I start drawing some weird occult looking circles. I'd imagine they're not like satanic looking circles. They're probably more in line with like
Pagan?
alchemy
Yeah, alchemy
circles.
series, okay.
And he tries it on your chest because that's like the area that looks most affected.
This doesn't hurt.
A little bit, you get used to it. What's a little blood among friends, right? Sorry, that sounded especially weird. But after he finishes, he I don't know, probably like snaps his finger and then touches the middle of the circle and it lights up. And lesser restoration tries to go off.
Yeah.
See if it does anything.
it goes off, and
Stein immediately dies.
yes, the thing that was sealing your wound opens up, and you just bleed out.
Oh no!
No, it takes some effect. It doesn't seem to change Stein's current state, fortunately.
It feels a little better, but I don't think it changed anything.
It's good. This way, if Stain got any STDs, they're gone.
Was
Aside
it a
from
thing
any,
that
I
could-
might have just given him through my blood.
Oh yeah.
It's okay as long as you don't swallow it.
You get crazy at the casino, old man?
He's not an old man.
Not
He's
old.
older than us, which makes him the old man.
Wait, how
What?
old is he?
I actually don't know.
This is a very young party.
I don't actually know much about Bubblins. I assumed based on your composure and mannerisms that you had to be at least in your 30s, if not your 40s.
I'm 26.
No way.
He's very proper.
Oh my.
I've only spent 11 years knowing the drolls and the anxieties of high society.
That actually would put some wrinkles on you. You're right.
You were a slave when you were. He counts on his fingers. Give me a moment.
Take your time.
I didn't want to ask earlier. Is your sister still up there?
15.
I think so.
Well, that's real shit, man. I'm real sorry to hear that.
It's okay. Before just a few days ago, I wasn't really sure if there was anything still out there. I'm not sure if I'm relieved to know that if she is there, she's at least probably being taken reasonably good care of.
Not to present the world's sharpest double-edged sword, but if they're actually using her for her blood, they probably won't let too much harm come to her. But
A very
that's...
comforting thought.
No, I'm sure it's not. I'm sorry
She's
for
also
even
staying
bringing it up.
hydrated.
But yeah.
It just means we'll have to save her.
Yeah. Just another reason to get back there. And while we're on the subject, I suppose I should fill you in all the way, huh?
We've got time.
Yeah.
If
So,
possible, perhaps we could heal Alistair a little.
no, he'll be fine.
I can go take a nap for the next 2 days. It's fine.
Yeah.
No, actually, here, take some of these, and I'll conjure you up a couple, 2 sets of good berries for 20 points.
Ooh.
We're like a week and a half into the rest, right?
I think so. Yeah, we're a week and a half. Yep.
Okay, then I mean, I've already cast spells anyway, so I'm good. It should be fine. Let's see, I did one of these and now 2 of those. Yeah, we'll be good. We'll be good.
Yeah.
I don't know how these berries taste so good, but
It's because it's mostly in your head. The truth is that they have no objective taste. Your mind fills most of it in.
And it makes you feel better.
So this is
See?
some kind of placenta magic.
Yes, placenta magic.
right now they taste like mental stability.
Well,
We could all use a bit of that,
yeah, we sure could.
especially after what we've been through.
Yeah, I'm not sure how to proceed, really. It's good to know that Atropos is maybe still in you, although it certainly seems that he is in a rough state, needs our help.
Sounds like he might just need some time to rest himself.
Perhaps. We know that it's not safe for us to just ignore this. We should be paying attention to it. I can try to narrow down, maybe, how quickly we have to deal with it, but again, that kind of magic is a little beyond me.
Right. I hate to suggest it, because we just voted otherwise, but to the south, you said, the sacred weapon site that we think Goblet went to already. If it's a place where spirits are, maybe it'll help Atropos recover faster. But like you said, it's far away, and it's the opposite of where we're trying to go. I feel like we could also do that on the way. It's just this one is closer.
Jupe looks uncomfortable. He doesn't respond.
Mm,
Either way, I think we should go to the Frog Country.
we can definitely go there eventually. I just feel like we should try to learn more about it before we waste literal weeks walking there. And then, like, what if we get there and it doesn't help? Then we went the wrong way and have to walk another 2 weeks to get back here. And
Mm-hmm.
It's quite a trip to make on an assumption.
As a reminder, if we were to find somewhere stable, we have chalk. We can shorten the return trip some.
It's true.
I don't know if Lady Nibatani is cool with us doing it in her palace, but perhaps Anayuki or someone, maybe even down in the
Certainly.
pit.
Oh, it's really unsafe down there. Probably not the pit. Considering it takes us a very long time to get out of it.
That is true. Probably best to do it somewhere in the city if we can.
Perhaps our good friend Dr. Beppis Grimsby.
That seems like a good call.
I just love saying that.
I'm glad you suggested it.
Was it me?
No, I mean, glad that you suggested Dr. Beppis, because I didn't want to have to lead there. But, you know, Abby is cool with most of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, we did
most of
kinda
us
save
has-
her.
She better fucking be. Saved her life.
She's killing most of you.
We chose her
You
over
just-
Teru.
And
well, you don't have to say it out loud.
I don't say it out loud in character. I only say it as a terrible person out of character.
Where is Teru? Kohaku, have you been taking care of Teru?
I'm sure I've been hanging out with him
taking
during
care
downtime.
of
Yeah.
Teru.
Has Teru been in my room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. One of the if Teru's been in my room, at some point I would have been like, "Hey, Teru."
Yeah.
He fishes out 3 platinum and hands it to him.
Oh, man, are you sure?
When we made that oath, I promised, or rather, we said that we'd help each other achieve our goals. You wanted to be out of debt, and I'll help you any way I can. It's not much, but you know, 30 gold. It's better than nothing, right?
Oh. Stein, this is really sweet of you.
I'm going to kill the other Stein, still. Once they let me out of here and we can duel. An oath doesn't break just because the one who asked for it is dead.
It took me a minute for me to understand what you meant, but I get it now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I said it. I said it weird. Sorry.
No, you said it perfectly fine. I just, when you said the other Stein, I immediately was like, is he trying to duel himself? Like Stain?
That's what I thought you meant too.
I was like,
No,
oh, but then I was like, oh, right,
Victor
Victor Stein. Right.
We have the same name. It's so confusing.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
It's-
I liked
it's-
him.
It's very strange, that, isn't it?
Yes.
So strange.
I just realized something.
Real weird.
I have a dream of that statue. Maybe that's his ancestor. Can I think back at that dream and focus on the face? Or something?
The statue itself was so choked with stuff that it's impossible to identify as anything. The only thing that you guys could really see was just that there was stone under there, and presumably it was a statue because it had some kind of a plaque.
Yeah.
But it was so choked with vines, and it was destroyed from just weathering and stuff. So it didn't have any distinct features. Like you couldn't even tell if it was a person.
And did Stein look like it was the only text on the plaque, or it was just like the end of a word that was left uncovered?
Like the end of a word that was uncovered. The other words had been tarnished and like kind of fucked up with rusting and age.
Maybe it was a statue for like Frankenstein or Epstein.
Epstein.
You mean? I mean, maybe. But there is there's Dream Doctor Frankenstein.
I know.
Yeah, like you say this, but that's probably actually correct. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make an Epstein joke.
It's 2023. Come on.
But yeah, Frankenstein seems reasonable.
They're related, maybe? Him and Victor Stein? Victor von Stein? Was it?
Have I met a lot of Steins in my trade along the coast? Is this a common name, or is that like a very bizarre name here?
It's a fairly bizarre name. It's a little bit more common around Merveille, but
It's the Joe Star of.
you you do recall that Victor did mention that his ancestor was Franklin Stein,
Excellent.
for whatever that is worth.
Well, that certainly seems like a lead. He's still here in town. We could try to talk to him. Assuming he hasn't found some other way to off himself yet, but I think we would hopefully be informed. We warned him, keep an eye out for it.
He can't. Not until we do it first.
Well, I don't think it matters a ton, but I understand you have the honor thing going on. I'm more worried about the knowledge. It'd be really good to find out what he was into.
And Neverland. I'd like to find about that,
Yeah.
please.
What is Neverland?
It's the place he keeps telling me I need to go, but he won't tell me how to get there because he's a little bastard, man. Sorry, I'm worked up from earlier.
It's okay. You're bleeding from the eyes a little.
Yeah, dang it. It's gonna stain. I don't want that.
No, it's the other guy, apparently.
Yeah.
But yeah, the doctors do clear Stein to go for a bit of a walkabout.
Oh boy, the
Um,
walk.
They do make it very explicit. They're like, we're letting you leave the bed. You are still injured. You could die at any moment if you don't treat this with some level of diligence.
I'll not
But-
get into any fights or work very hard.
Right. They're basically like literally no heavy lifting. Like, don't try and raise your arms above like here and
Above
Good
shoulder
show.
head.
yeah, like they're very diligent about explaining the situation to you and are basically like, if you fuck this up, you could literally like puncture a lung and bleed to death in
Oh goodness.
moments. And they're like, basically their excuse is like, you could also have that happen in bed if you get worked up. So,
Oh no.
Just- stay cautious. Let your friends do any of the heavy lifting and that sort of thing. Don't get into fights. Continue to like, your ribs are still broken, so you can't like shout or anything, and you have to
Yeah.
speak in a bit of a whisper. But yeah, they at least say like you can go for a couple of hours. It's good. It'll prevent you from like having your legs atrophy and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've been doing little cycles while I'm laying down, but not much in case something gets worked up. It just shows like doing like a bicycling motion.
Yeah. But yeah, if you guys want, you can go try and hunt down Victor, presumably at the prison, or talk to anybody else if you wish. It's kind of up to you guys.
I'd be down to make a trip of seeing Victor tomorrow if you want. Or even tonight. What time is it?
It's probably getting a little late, actually. You guys have been talking for a good bit, and you've all probably had your other things going on.
Okay.
Maybe I could have a loan at the kitchen and make something. It's been a while.
They do basically tell you, like, you can sit in the kitchen.
Sit in the
You can
kitchen.
watch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can watch.
Would you like to peel this potato for?
Can I peel
No,
potatoes, Doctor?
No,
No.
peeling potatoes.
I'll keep my arms in my hand. Okay, no peeling potatoes. Can I taste test things?
As long as it's liquidy.
I can't even have salt.
I'm making soup for dinner. Will you tell me if this broth is okay?
Is it leek and potato?
Do you want leek and potato?
I would love leek and potato.
God, I want to make another leek and potato soup.
It's good.
I love leeks.
At some point in the night, if we're chilling for the night, Jupiter's going to take his crate full of steel ingots and whatever he's got done so far, and the bouquet over to Alistair's room and knock.
Oh no, I have a sandwich in my mouth.
Oh no. Yeah, a sandwich, definitely.
Okay, sorry.
Hey, can I, is it alright if I come work?
Yeah,
Well,
sure.
I'm almost done. I think I'll be, and he, like, holds the bouquet out. I think you left this in my room?
Yeah.
And he hands it over.
Jesus.
You know, that's not usually how these things work, but
What do you mean?
did you not like it?
Was it, it's for me?
Yeah. Stein tried to get me to give it to you in person, but I don't know. I was afraid you wouldn't like it and didn't want it to be weird, but now it's weird because you brought it back and
He cracks a little bit of a smile, like maybe he knew what he was doing the whole time. Maybe. Well, now's your chance.
oh, okay. He'll get up from what he was doing and dust himself off. Like, if he's probably has grease or something on him, he's trying to wipe off. Hey, I got you these. I did some research on what flowers smelled a lot, but had strong scents and what would fit together, and I put them together for you because I thought you might like them.
He takes them back and he takes a deep breath of them. This is actually very thoughtful. I appreciate it. The cinnamon's real strong. Where did you get fresh cinnamon?
You know, you can find stuff if you look around hard enough. There was somewhere in the market. They charged me a little bit for it, but you know.
I appreciate
So-
it very much. It smells great. And I don't get to, I don't get that very often.
Yeah, you'd mentioned not being able to smell much, so I figured I'd give you something nice to smell whenever you feel like it. When the flowers dry out, I can turn that into more of the potpourri too. That's the stuff at the bottom there in the basket. You can keep that in like a container and then open it up when you want some smell.
Hey,
If you want, you don't have to.
no, yeah, that sounds great. This, Have I told you anything about my dad?
No, I don't think you told me anything about your dad.
He hauls his crate over to the anvil and the kiln and starts getting things ready to work. Where we're from on the flotilla, and also some of the shores along Baribu, and it's kind of a naval tradition. Merchants do it, pirates do it, Navy does it. These Ninsha, they are great on swords. They're just the right length. They're curved. They work well to get around shields. They work well on rigging. And they're beautiful. They're heirlooms. Families pass them down from father to son, father to son, father to son. I never got one because I don't know where my dad is. And I don't give a shit about him. And that makes it very, very easy for me to not give a shit about him. Because I've never known him. I've never cared about him. And I'm fine with it being like that.
That makes sense. I mean, if I didn't know who my dad was, I probably wouldn't give too much about him either. Too many shits.
Yeah.
I only give moderate amount of shit because I have to.
Yeah, and you can tell it's so fucking obvious that Jupiter's like struggling to get to a point that he doesn't know how to get to. It's real easy. It's real easy to not care about someone who's not been a big part of your life. And that means that when you are separated from them, it is easy to deal with that consequence. Alistair, I said something to Stein earlier today that I think is important. And I don't like to say it, but I think that I need to. If there's nothing to remember and there's nothing to care about, then there's nothing to mourn when it is gone.
Yeah, that's just simple logic. That makes sense. Can't miss something that you didn't have a reason to miss. I guess.
I appreciate the flowers. They are very thoughtful. But
Oh, you don't have to say anything else if you don't want to. That's okay. This was another reason I kind of just left them there. It was
I wonder if maybe this was all a mistake. Maybe I should have stayed behind. Maybe I shouldn't be putting all of you through this. I hope that I have not accidentally gotten anyone attached to me. And he, like, looks you dead in the eye when he says that. I need you to understand, Alistair, I'm going to Frog Region because I have to go to Frog Region. And I will go there, and I will see if there's an answer for me, and I will see if that answer can be done in a very short time. And if it cannot, then I will go my way, and there will be nothing for you to remember, and in a short time there will be nothing for you to miss.
You don't know, I've got some memories that I'm probably gonna remember for a while. It's easy to just forget and move on, but sometimes those memories mean enough that you're willing to get hurt. I don't know, Jupiter, I know it might be different for you, but I can't look at things the same way you do. I'm about done for the day, so I'll let you work.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. I can take it out if you need to sleep or something.
It's fine, Jupiter. Don't worry about it. At least use the potpourri until it's gone. At least my gift wasn't too permanent. You could make use of it, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can do that.
I hope you don't plan to scar up your body too much with all these new tattoos. If you're moving on, you might need to forget that too.
Oh boy.
Oof.
Oh boy. Yeah. He will. Fuck. He'll sit in there and he will just work on making his own sword for the rest of the night.
Someone please clip that scene.
Jaeger's already on it.
Thank you, Jaeger.
Although there's no one to witness it, in that moment, I think that there is a little bit of smoke that begins to drift out of Jupiter.
Son of a bitch, Drake, stop it.
I don't know if anyone
And
said anything about
Alistair.
it.
What?
Oh my god.
Whoa!
But no one's
yeah.
around to witness it.
Son of
Yeah.
a bitch.
But also, when he was having the mind freak thing, Stein was saying there's something coming out of his mouth. I don't know if anyone caught it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like we don't see shit right now. We don't have anything up.
Yeah.
What's it mean?
We'll never
What is
know.
this? What is this smoke shit?
I don't know, but I don't like it. But I also love it. But I also hate it.
Is this the Raggedy Man?
That night, Stein,
No one ate dinner that night.
you have another dream.
Oh no.
It's the same one. You find yourself and Goblet and Tankard up on that balcony again. You feel that moment of deja vu where you know to head forward. What do you do?
The statue again? Over the balcony?
Yeah, you guys are at the balcony. You can see the god rays pouring in. It's a strangely like somber but beautiful scene.
Am I lucid during the stream?
Not super lucid. You just have this like weird sense of deja vu. It doesn't feel like a dream to you, but
Okay.
you're aware that you can make a choice here. You know that you get the sense that like you've been here before, and you know that you're supposed to just keep going forward.
Yeah, he's like, be funny if this thing broke underneath us, huh? And he kind of
Yeah.
steps forward.
Yeah, all because of Tankard's fat ass. Hey, and the three of you step forward, and sure enough, it breaks underneath you, and you tumble down, and I'll have a laugh as the adrenaline hits you, and the rush of
Oh.
falling, and the miracle of being safe at the end.
At least your fat ass broke your fall, Tankard.
He punches you in the arm, and
Oh.
Goblet goes over and finds the plaque and begins to carve the names again. Then you wake up the next morning. I need all of you guys to make intelligence saves again.
Do I still have advantage?
You do.
Okay.
I think I'll take a 20, please.
Okay.
Hold on, my sheet won't open. Now I'm scared.
Fuck.
Okay.
Fuck, I can't keep doing this forever.
Intelligence.
Okay. You don't like have sudden. You don't suddenly get your memories back, but you don't forget the conversations that happened the day before.
Oh my god.
Oh, is that what would have happened?
Well, we're gonna find out. 'cause
Oh no.
Um,
What
you don't-
do you mean
you don't
conversations?
forget all the conversations, but you forget who they were about. The name Matropos just kind of leaves you.
Okay.
I remember yesterday we were talking about somebody. Will he be joining us for breakfast? Should I prepare another plate?
Me? I can walk today. Just
No,
for a few
your
hours.
friend. Is he with us today?
Atropos? No, he's indisposed. Are you all right, Cheese? Wow, it's an natural 19.
Does Cool Spot remember Atropos?
Cool Spot. Doesn't give a shit
give
about
a-
anything.
That tracks.
Atropos, Cool Spot doesn't even remember your name.
Cool Spot's too cool to remember something like that.
Cool Spot cares about oats and sugar cubes. That's all.
But yeah.
I remember the dream, right? Or is it like one of those things like, oh, it faded from memory once you wake up?
You vaguely recall the dream. It like lingers on the back of your mind for a little bit as you wake up,
Hmm.
but mostly just as the actual memory version of it, not the dream version.
Okay. You know what's a little odd is I've been sleeping lately just to speed up the recovery. And I've been having a recurring dream. It's a nice one.
What's it about? Dreams are important.
So, once upon a time, I told you about Chalice, right?
Yeah.
When she was lost to us, we needed to get our minds off what just happened. We went exploring the cathedral. It's what we do. There's not much entertainment back there, other than maybe acting. We found this statue. Couldn't really tell who it was about. It's covered in moss and time had erased its features, really. But on its plaque, there was Stein. I can't remember if I read it or if someone read it for me, but it said Stein. It was my name, they said. Kind of weird to have my name on the statue in a place that we've never been in before. So Goblet carved her name and Tankard's name and Chalice's name on it. So we had some place we'd be remembered. It was a laugh. It was a bit of something. It's something I remembered when we were all still friends. And that's it, really. I wake up.
That is bizarre, but the fact that it's recurring could be important.
Well, we keep falling into this thing. It keeps breaking underneath us because Tankard's so heavy.
What do you fall into?
Well, we were never harmed. We were on the balcony and it collapsed. We'd get up, realize we were okay, we'd laugh it off. Then we'd mess with the statue. Suppose that statue was Franklin Stein.
And it's just you and Tankard?
Me, Tankard, and Goblet.
You, Tankard, and Goblet fall crashing through a roof or something, land, and find a statue.
Balcony.
A balcony.
We look over the balcony to see the statue, and, it was rotted, so we fell through.
I see. Is this like a temple? Is it the place where you used to protect, or is it just some other building?
Yeah, it was the cathedral. It was in the wing of a cathedral that, well, no one really goes to anymore. There used to be many people over there at the Dream Cathedral, but eventually there wasn't enough people to... Like, it wasn't worth keeping that place
Sure.
clean.
Was it like the temple where you worked, or was it specifically, for sure it was the temple where you worked?
It was the cathedral. It was just a part of it we've never been to.
Part you've never been in. Interesting.
It's a big place.
Yeah.
And we're little people.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, man. I don't know. Jupiter kind of like gets... I don't know. He's gloomy this morning, and he kind of just like gives up on it.
You're looking a little dour.
Yeah. Long night of work. Almost got that sword done.
Ooh, show us.
Yeah, sure. And he kind of like fishes out what he's got. You can see that it still needs a proper scabbard. Probably needs a little bit of polish. Still needs sharpened. But he's making progress on it. He's getting pretty close.
And this is your first sword.
I mean, I've trained with the sword, and I've been using this one that...
I mean, first sword you've made.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, no, fuck, I've never worked with metal in my life. I don't even know if it counts as me making it. I don't want to take all the credit here. It feels like I'm kind of just... You ever read that book, Ghost? Patrick Swayze?
I can't read.
Oh, right, yeah.
I believe this keeps coming up.
Yeah, you'd think I'd remember that.
It's alright.
I don't know, it's like something's moving through me.
Tell me about the story of Ghost by the author Swayze.
I honestly don't know a whole lot about it, but there's one scene where the ghost is behind the woman, guiding her hands as she shapes a clay pot.
See, that's what I thought was going to happen with the Forge, but then you went and ruined it, and it's fine.
Well, it's less sensual if it's a forge.
That's Neo. I'm kidding.
Out of character, I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. It makes sense in character. It's totally
It
good.
does make sense in character.
It's okay, keep working on him, he'll crack.
Eventually.
Yeah.
I'm gonna wingman Ali until he gets into Jupe's pants.
Good luck.
Listen, you're going to die anyway. You might as well fuck.
No, that's exactly why you shouldn't.
No, we gotta. You're gonna die a virgin.
Hey, listen, I've been thinking after we go to the Frog region, I might need to split for a while.
Split.
Yeah. We'll see what we find when we get there. I just, yeah, it's gonna depend on what we find when we get there, you know? I didn't want it to come as a surprise to anyone.
Talon will chime up and say, yeah, I'll probably be heading back to Camelot, so if you're heading that way, maybe we can travel together then. At least part way wherever you're going.
I mean, yeah, maybe. I'd hate to do the thing where you say goodbye and then walk in the same direction for a while, and maybe that's what'll happen. It's just...
Yeah.
It'll depend on what I find there.
Yeah, maybe you can both ride on the same ship. I don't know if you're going the same ship. Oh, we'll miss you when you're gone. He gives Talon the hug and he gives Jupe a hug.
Stop it. Stop right now, Frisk. You stop doing that.
Do what? Play the
Nothing.
character the way he works?
Nothing.
You wish this was stayed.
She gives you a big hug Tuesday.
When I come back home to Camelot, I'll bring you so many souvenirs. I probably can't carry them all, but I'll have someone do it.
Oh my god, I'm so terrible.
You're so terrible. Why? What
I
happened?
have too many. She says, you better, because, Jane and Marina are gonna want some souvenirs too.
Of course.
So, and Cecil and, I mean, Trevor and Quentin probably aren't gonna even be aware, but you should probably get them something too.
Well. Oh my gosh, they must be so big now.
Yeah, I saw them for a little bit before I came this way, and they're a lot bigger than I remember.
Well, soon they'll be doing some duties too. This is good. As long as everyone stays healthy, it's gonna be great. I'm going to bring cough drops, lots of it. I hear there's this new thing. What do they call it? It has to do with mold.
Not sure I know what you're talking about, Stein. You're Stein. I
The
get it
COVID?
eventually.
He's referring to penicillin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Penicillin?
penicillin.
Penicillin?
Sorry, I had to emphasize.
Penicillin.
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 That's my ESL.
Yo, that penis is
Say it.
illin.
That penicillin.
We're still, for the record, like 200 years off from penicillin.
We have magic. I'm sure we've found something.
You don't need penicillin, you have magic.
Yeah, exactly. There's no reason
Yeah,
to look for penicillin.
That's why I said we have a weird mold. But we do have demon diseases that can't be cured by magic, it seems. So,
True.
you know.
Well, I mean, we've tried mundane magic too. Or
Yeah.
mundane medicine too.
What we've learned is that wisteria does work a little bit, but not like completely. So there might be some kind of plant that does work. So there is some way that people are looking maybe for mushrooms or other plants.
Oh, certainly. I mean, fuck, kelp is what I smoke all the time. Plants are great. There's all sorts of cool plants out there.
Stein does not know this. All he knows is hearsay.
Who knows? Maybe we'll get to the frog region and they'll have a real cool plant and I can keep traveling with you guys, but...
I'd love that. Oh, we find a cool plant, you can stay with us?
Well, it depends on where the cool plant is.
What's it look like?
I don't know. It's part of the problem, you know? I don't know what I'm looking for.
He scribbles a very, like, flamboyant flower. It shows it to you. Like this?
Sure, maybe it'll look like that.
I will find one just like it.
I have the utmost faith in you.
Maybe put in the bouquet.
Okay, now actually you stop it, Frisk.
Why?
I will mention at this point, you guys all, if you haven't already, you guys all have a long rest. So
Oh, thank God.
Hey!
you guys do have all your mana and resources back if at some point during all this we want to use stuff. I know we're jumping around a bit and time's getting a little kind of wibbly wobbly during this period, but
I want to
I'm not
try
gonna
lesser
fight.
restoration on Jupe too.
Yeah.
Maybe it can help you smell things a little better.
Do you...
That's a similar sort of affliction to like deafness and blindness, right? It's a sense.
Approach me in character. Tell me how you do this.
Yeah, dude. Slap him in the ass very hard until he smells again.
Like, do you ward me, or do you just walk up and cast it?
No, I'm like, so I know you've had some. I don't mean to pry or get into your personal life or anything, and I certainly don't mean to present this as a selfish endeavor to make you enjoy my cooking more. But I know you've been having some trouble smelling and tasting things, yes?
Yeah, it's part of the holojaw. Yeah.
If you don't mind me bleeding on you a little bit, I could try something to help with that.
Sure, man. I'll try anything. What do you got?
It's something The similar thing that I tried on our friend Stein.
I mean, you can knock yourself off. Sure, go for it.
Knock yourself up.
I thought he said knock yourself, elf.
And, like, he's not stopping you from doing it, but he continues to rattle on as you, like, start going through the motions and drawing the sigils. You know, when I came in and used your Who the other day,
You really showed me up, yes. You don't need to keep bringing it up.
well, that's exactly why I'm bringing it up. You mentioned that I came in, walked in, like it was, like I owned the place, and then immediately showed you up. I would love nothing in the world for you to do that to me right now. I have cast this spell on myself 10 times since I learned it.
That's a lot of pressure.
I'd love to be proven wrong.
Then I will certainly try my best to prove you wrong. It'd really make me feel better about the whole situation too, you know.
Certainly. No, I get it. It feels good to try.
And I apologize in advance if this is just a waste or if I'm just drawing all over you in my own blood for no reason.
Your mana, not mine, and it feels kind of nice being drawn on.
Hopefully I can find something nicer to paint with next time.
Stein
Any-
tugs on like Alistair's sleeve. You hear that? He likes being drawn on.
Uh-huh.
This is the worst. This is the worst. Why did... Oh, God.
Doesn't know what happened last night.
I'm gonna be stressed all week.
It's been a stressful couple sessions.
So I imagine Lesser Restoration doesn't do anything.
No, unfortunately.
Roll your spellcasting check anyway. See what it does. Maybe it clears out his nostrils.
I was gonna say, it probably clears my sinuses real quick. I breathe real well for the next 30 or 40 minutes. Pretty good.
And
Um,
oh no.
Yeah, he takes a deep breath. I mean, you know, I feel a little better.
Oh, it was worth a shot, yes?
No, everything's worth a shot. Trust me. I get it. I am hopeful that there is something up there that is better or stronger or more magical or less magical. I don't really even know. Nobody knows. That's the whole point.
So, what do you guys do?
Sell stuff.
Oh yeah, that's a
Well-
good point. No?
Go.
Yeah, as soon as he leaves Jupe's room, I'm gonna go in with a big bowl of wasabi. We're just gonna fade to black on that one. I'm helping. We don't have to play that one out. It's not gonna work.
All right.
What do you mean fade to black?
You let your imagination fill in the gaps.
Yeah,
Okay.
Kohaku gets real freaky with a bowl of wasabi, and
That is not what I meant. That is not what I meant. I thought we were lining up trying to fix Jupiter. It was my turn.
No, for the record, I can wasabi's great.
Yeah,
Give me that
do
wasabi.
wasabi.
I can still taste wasabi.
Give him wasabi. Let's see what happens.
Speaking of, Sheesh, what did you make for breakfast?
Yeah. I can't help you. They forbidden me to. I'm sorry.
Is it wasabi compatible?
Maybe.
Some sushi?
It's something easy that I have to make soft foods for Stein still, so it's probably like an omu rice sort of thing.
Yeah.
So you could put wasabi on that.
Yeah.
And she definitely knows how to do the little thing where you like scramble the eggs and then do the twirl with the chopsticks over the rice.
Yeah.
Very cool looking.
Hell yeah.
Let me.
Now that we know that, I need to know. I know you want to fade to black, but I need to know what wasabi you're doing. What you're doing with this wasabi,
Yeah.
Kohaku.
Same. I'm actually
we're just-
intrigued. I need to know.
You're overthinking it. We're just
Are you
putting it in
putting the
Jupiter's
wasabi
mouth.
Are you
To
putting
try
it
to
back
open
in
his
the kitchen?
sinuses up, you know,
How
so he
much of
can
it?
eat, so he can taste stuff. All of it, yeah. There's a
Why
whole
you-
bowl
why
and
don't you just-
spoonfuls
Oh
at a
my
time.
god, all of it. Oh
You
shit.
want
Put some
your
up his
taste back
nose
or
too.
not?
It'll help.
Well, this is just gonna. I mean, I can taste it. You're just gonna burn my taste buds. I'm not gonna taste anything else after this.
They'll
It is-
be purified in the fire of spice and regrow new and strong.
I don't think that's how it works, but this is really good. Who made this?
It's
The
pure
earth made it,
wasabi.
Jupiter. It came out of good ground. We just grinded it up.
No, wasabi doesn't just grow. It doesn't ooze forth like pus from the ground.
Yeah, it comes out like there's little roots. You pull it up, you shave the edges off, and then you grind it in a mortar and pestle. There's your wasabi.
Okay, that's fair.
Real wasabi.
Little salt. Yeah, little
A
salt.
little salt. It is good. Listen. Yeah. Thank you for trying, both of you. Thank
You're
you for
welcome.
trying. And
You're welcome, and I'm sorry for bleeding on you.
no, it's fine. It's fine.
You want to
You were
try
trying-
something?
You tried blood magic on Jupiter?
Yes.
I'm not
It's my own blood.
That's what
fine.
blood mages.
Yeah, that's blood magic.
I'm leaving.
He's not a demon.
Walk
It's
away.
just his own blood.
Maho is worse than a demon.
He's not a blood witch. He's just I don't know. Okay,
It's a
maybe
blood
he is.
fish. It's different.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
You see, I just figured if they were. There's obviously a lot of magic or something in your blood, right? If vampires want it so bad, and I don't know exactly how I did it, but I found a way to use that power in my own blood for good while it's still in me. And
like a
damn it,
conduit.
I think that's pretty fucking poetic.
I think that's good too. You use your blood to heal.
I think you should avoid telling literally anyone in this country that that's how you do it.
I mean, it's only how I do some of my magic, and they're sure to see once I bite my thumb before I start painting it all over them.
Yeah.
Should I not be healing you? Would that make you uncomfortable, Lord Kohaku?
If I am seen in public anywhere by anyone receiving healing from an ally who is using blood magic that I'm okay with, that's the end of me.
Only in emergencies, then. Got it.
Yeah. We'll make sure there's no witnesses.
Maybe it's
All
not
right.
blood magic. Maybe it's like bloody magic. Maybe it's something
Perhaps.
like that. I don't know.
There you go.
Probably- You know, I probably don't even need to use blood. It just makes it all come a little easier to me. I think it's really the runes that are doing all the work.
I've never seen those runes before.
Did you work out this magic playing with like animal blood? You're a butcher, right? You have like a ton of that, right?
Oh goodness! I've
No, I didn't.
suddenly had a terrible
Okay.
mental
I
image.
didn't practice it back then.
Yeah, could you imagine him butchering and then he played with the blood magic, realized it heals, and then brought the animal back and started squealing?
Ooh.
That would be awful.
That would be awful.
Right? Terrible.
Truly horrendous.
Solar enlightenment, that's so cool.
Don't worry about it.
Anyway, my turn. Here you go, Jupiter. Here's a bowl of sugar. Please eat the entire thing.
I will eat a spoonful of sugar if it makes you feel better about yourself.
Well, you ate the whole wasabi.
Yeah, this is sugar. I'll die if I eat this bowl
What?
of sugar.
Here, drink this.
How can you? Why?
I
It tastes
I
sweet.
passed you a cup of brown liquid.
What is it?
Smell it. Taste it. It's good.
I'll taste a sip of it. What's it taste like?
It's fish sauce.
Soy sauce?
I
Fish sauce.
he
Oh, fish.
he tastes it and there's like not a strong reaction. It's like
Very salty.
I mean not like a super strong reaction, and he just starts chugging it.
Oh
my.
god. But you won't eat this bowl of sugar.
I have to ask, Feck, have you ever like smelled or tasted just like straight fish sauce?
I
It's
haven't.
very
Is
strong.
it very strong?
It's
It's-
very
yeah.
strong.
It's a very
Okay.
salty and very like
Very
pungent.
salty.
Okay, in that case,
It smells like fish. Yeah.
he probably gets a whiff of it and then he like does a spoonful. Yeah, okay, I get that one. I get that.
It's actually just Shisha's bathwater
Oh,
Oh.
gross. Stop it.
mixed with a little bit of flour to make it a little thicker.
Ugh.
That's cornstarch.
We just fed him some
Sorry,
stuff.
right.
Maybe it's because you smoke all the time.
I know the smoking. No,
It's for the pain.
yeah, the smoking's for the pain, and the scent went first before the smoking. Well, kind of, sort of.
Wait, oh, okay, so you can't smell, but you can taste, but you can't smell.
No, they're
Those
kind of
two senses
connected.
are tied
They're,
very
they're
close
pretty
together.
closely linked,
So.
but my smell is a little better than my taste, which is weird.
I'm pretty sure I learned in school that there are 8 senses, and one of them is smell and one of them is taste. There's 2 different senses.
There's actually a lot more. There's like the sense of knowing that you need to use the bathroom, the sense of knowing that somebody is watching you, which of course, the
It's a sense of time.
the sense of time.
And-
Truly, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Otherwise,
we're
you won't
stretching
know
the
that time is
definition.
passing.
The dream sense. You know, the sense that you use
there's-
while you're dreaming.
There's also your spatial awareness. It's how you know.
I
your
hate to
hand
do
is
this. I'm not
is
trying to be rude, but I did attend the greatest classes and schools in all of the world, and I think you're a pirate. So, like, maybe I'm right.
I am not a pirate. I'm not a pirate, and I'm not a witch.
He's
You're
a witch
already
pirate,
wrong.
obviously.
I'm just a fisherman.
I don't
Even-
know. Fishermen in my country
Here's-
don't cover themselves in tattoos.
Here's the thing. Even the greatest of scholars still have room to learn, Kohaku.
That's true. Very wise.
Very wise.
I'm impressed.
I'm really dumb, please. Dumb boy. Haven't gone to school a single day of my life. I just like to talk to people.
You can learn just as much talking to people as you can in school, honestly. Depends on the
you
people.
learn. It's true. Some people won't say anything, and some people lie to you. You have to learn how to distinguish. Speaking of, let's pull Alistair aside for just a moment. It won't be long. It's like, I just want to thank you for doing what you did yesterday. It hurt you. I saw it hurt you.
It's okay. Like I said, I did it myself. You didn't ask me to. Or if you did, I don't remember that. I just kind of did it because I'm like, ooh, weird shit. I don't know.
Okay.
You're my friend, and I wanted to help you out, so it's no problem.
It did make
I'm
me
not
feel
doing
better.
it again anytime
I-
soon. If you want that,
Thank
we're gonna have to talk
goodness.
about it. But
Yeah. No, please. I'd really rather you don't. But because of that, I did learn that maybe my friend is still in there somewhere, just resting.
I think so. He doesn't like being disturbed when he's getting his beauty rest, and he needs that.
Oh yeah, if whatever it is, frightened you that much. Speaking of, how did the thing go with the flower?
Oh,
I'd
he
rather
knew
not
about
talk
that?
about it.
Son of a bitch.
I didn't take your advice, and I left them in his room. So then he brought them back to me.
Oh, that's so weird.
Yeah, right? Like, fucking, what do you think I left them in there for, idiot? I think he did that on purpose just to make me give them to him, which would have been fine, but I don't know.
That was almost cute.
It was. He's just not interested. It's fine.
What? Not I must have been reading him wrong the entire time.
Yeah, I'm really not good with this reading people thing. When I think I finally get it, I'm wrong. So he just, I don't know. He wants to go separate ways once we're done on the Frog Province, and I don't think he wants to get attached. So
Oh, I see. I get it. Jupiter is very, very kind. And
I
That's-
don't think I'll push it that far. He's more of a big coward, if you ask me. But
sometimes cowardice and kindness are the same thing.
okay, if you say so. I don't want to shit talk him anymore. Just because I'm upset with him doesn't mean I like him less. So thanks for checking on me, but I'm good.
Are you sure?
No, but there's not much I can do. It'll be fine.
Tell you what. We'll find a really fancy flower. He said that if we find it, he might stay. We could try
Yeah,
once we found this flower or plant.
I'll look into it. If I can research flowers that smell good, I can research whatever.
Flowers that make you stay with the Blossom Boys. That's who we are.
Are we the
Currently.
Blossom Boys today?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Stein. I feel a little better. But yeah, I might be a little quiet lately. Don't worry too much about me. I'll be okay.
I won't worry because you're a big, strong man and you can handle
Exactly.
everything. But
Uh-huh.
you know, we could go shopping.
Yeah, I could do some shopping.
Yeah,
Let's
just
go shopping.
yeah. I don't have any money, but I could
I've
help
got
you
money.
find stuff.
We can buy whatever. I got it.
I think we're going to like split some gold anyway, so I am about to have money.
Okay, we can go shopping later then.
Yeah, it might make us feel better. Holds Alice's hand, leads him back. He's walking very gingerly. He's scared to turn suddenly because he was told that it might puncture his lungs and he'll die.
You do have your cast on again. but
Yeah. Oh yeah, he can't turn his torso. He has to do a full 360. I mean 180
Yeah.
to move. Face. He has to lean back if he wants to look up at someone. I must say it's very convenient to have this cast on because I have to stare forward. It's very hard to lean back. This means I am constantly facing people's groins. If there was a wagon that I could stand on, so it's a little taller, that would help.
I'll see about getting you a weird wagon, but I don't think that they're gonna let you have that.
No, that's fair.
You're
I
just
might
gonna
fall
have to
off and
deal
die.
with being a ball gazer for a little while. It's fine.
Oh, it smells funny down here.
I'll just tell everyone they have to go take baths more often. Is that good?
Yes.
There we go.
Kohaku smells nice. You smell nice. It's fine. Everyone here is fine. Jupiter smells a little bit like the forge.
Oh boy. Give me a perception check. I mean, mostly Stein since he brought it up, but I guess anyone at the table.
Yeah. What does he smell like? Let's see. Perception.
Ooh,
My-
damn it.
Yeah, he smells like cinnamon and flowers. Like he's been.
Oh,
How
rolling
strange.
around
Oh.
in them.
he smells like, and then he like cinnamon and flowers. Actually,
How very strange. I didn't make any dessert with cinnamon in it today.
you know, he smells very much like what you got him.
Does he? I don't smell anything.
It's well, when you're this close, I think he was. I think he was in bed with him. No, not that. It's not that way. It just it was
Okay.
in his vicinity. It was within physical contact of his body for quite some time.
I think
He's
Jupiter was
rubbing all over
fucking
his
the
truck.
flowers.
It was around his belly region.
He was
Round
sounding
corners.
himself with the cinnamon stick.
No.
Oh,
God.
no.
Wow.
His bathwater
Okay.
smelled of cinnamon and blossoms.
Interesting.
Had I not known you gave him the bouquet, I'd say you spent the night with him, since I smelled that at you last night.
Well, great. Now everyone's gonna get the wrong idea. I don't want to
Oh.
have that conversation with the Kohaku.
It's okay. I don't think they've smelled you yesterday. You smell different today.
Well, that's good. I'll make sure I keep smelling different. I don't know.
This
Thanks,
is scandalous
Stein.
and exciting. You have
A
to
scandal.
understand.
I don't think it's a scandal.
Well, you have to understand. As a servant, this is the excitement I get listening in on conversations people have.
All that hot court gossip.
Have you ever been a servant in Game of Thrones? You have to pretend you don't know anything, or you'll die.
It's
But then
true.
the servants
Sometimes the
always know
best.
the most stuff.
Yeah.
It's true. Sometimes the best conversations are the ones you're not meant to overhear. I'm not here. Why am I talking?
We're here.
Because you're not meant to overhear it. No.
I brought it back. We're done. We can't overhear it anymore.
So we have hit our 5-hour mark. Do you guys want to go talk to Victor? Keep playing for a little bit,
Oh my
or do you want
God.
to wrap up?
I
Yeah.
would play forever.
Before we do,
And we shop first. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna finish up the little crash course about his backstory because I only kind
Oh,
of
Yes.
Oh yeah, shit.
Yes.
We got sidetracked real hard.
yeah.
We
It's-
pull up
it-
some chairs.
Yeah, I imagine like one after dinner or breakfast or whatever one day, since we now have like a world map. It's like, all right, I think it's about time I come clean with all of you. You seem pretty cool and trustworthy. And since we're on the map, I'll just kind of tell it all out. So I was born, along with many of my bubbling friends and families, here. Here at the base of the Mabushi Mountains. I lived a very quiet and unassuming life in the Hebikawa River until 1667. Funny, years and dates for something I never even knew of before then. The Alads captured myself and many of the other Bubblins living there and kept us as slaves. Most of the operation was most of the bodies that they brought were sent to the mines to work there, but some of us were kept in the house or in the grounds. I was fortunate, I guess, to be in the kitchen and not in the mine. And there I worked under Giuseppe, who was not a vampire, but worked under the Alads nonetheless. He was the main cook. He seemed very reluctant to have people such as myself working under him. But, we put together lovely meals. I learned everything I learned from him. And was also beaten when things weren't up to his standards, which was very, very often. Things were about as miserable as you'd expect living a life like that for as long as I did. But, not everybody there was miserable or awful to me. And when he gets to this part, he kind of like reaches up and absentmindedly touches the ring on his neck. I worked with others there, people like myself. Grubeck and I were very close in the kitchen and in the dining halls, but my temper kept me more in the kitchen than out in the actual visible company area you'd see. And then, one day, Grubeck left. He got away. Sometimes, staff went missing or escaped, but we just all assumed they died. Nobody ever made much of a big fuss of it, but the whole estate was in a panic for a week afterward. Everybody was questioned, beaten, interrogated repeatedly. Unfortunately, Giuseppe caught wind of the little friendship that I had with the recent escapee, and when the masters heard of that, they were none too happy either. And that's when they cut off my finger. Well, let's see what else. Oh yes, about a month after that, the estate was attacked by a group of people. In the middle of the night, didn't see much of them, but the lords released the hounds. I managed to get away. I snuck into the mines, made my ways through the tunnel, through there. Nearly got lost if I had not found this little fellow. Pull out Petty Saw. Still not quite sure why or how he did it, but he guided me through there. I think it's safe to say I owe him my life.
Okay, so I'll just kind of like nuzzle into you.
And then after that, I came across my good friend Niho. At the time, I only knew him as a traveling merchant who I was fortunate to come across. He took me to another inn where I recovered and earned a bit of a living, and then I made my way to Hashinigawa, where we all met. And that was the last I had heard or knew of the estate or what had become of it. I thought the whole place might have burned up that night.
Huh.
But Giuseppe is very much still alive, and apparently so are the twins. And they're still there, so that's that.
Oh, Schiff. You went through all that on your own?
There weren't very many friendly faces there, no.
I'm glad to be one around you now.
And I'm glad to have so many.
He'd reach over the table to pat the top of his hand, but he can't reach, and he can't overextend or he'll die.
Do you like reach to try?
Yeah, he reaches try and then like goes.
I'll meet you halfway.
I can't.
Like 3/4.
I can't even go. I'll come around and give you a one-armed hug. There we go.
That all sounds real shitty. Sounds like some payback is in order, but you know, it's just staying out of it could also be safe. But you said your sister might still be there. I take it you're not going to leave her.
Not while I'm still alive.
I hope we can help. This sounds like a just cause. Sounds like it would be a good story.
We should have the full backing of the Frog Clan. They should be humiliated to have such organized crime going on in their territory.
Son of the frog.
That was in insect
it's not.
territory, isn't it?
It's in insect territory. And when
Oh, balls.
Yeah.
even when you do mention that, I'm well, I would bring it up to them if I wasn't so sure that nobles were involved in all of this.
Kohaku.
I never met him myself, but I know Lord Ishida was a very popular and revered house guest.
What?
Wait a sec. Oh,
Go
sorry.
ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna ask what he was doing there, like as a guest. What services was he looking for?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna. What do you mean, Lord Ishida was like hanging out with the criminals, like himself personally? Is that what you're telling me?
I unfortunately never saw the man myself, but as you may imagine, when he was around, things were very strict. I only heard the name myself from Giuseppe.
Oh, that is bad. That will sink their entire family.
He always had very special accommodations and guards while he was on the estate.
I won't rest until he's killed himself. You know, from Dishonor. Little Sudoku.
Would you be able to make him do this if you declared him dishonorable or something? I don't know how nobility works here.
If he's expected to do it and doesn't, then his family is expected to make him or do it for him. And if they won't do it, then their clan is expected to do it for him. And if they won't do it, then their clan gets erased and loses favor of the emperor. Not necessarily in that order.
Just normally how things would happen. Unfortunately, they don't have an emperor currently to answer to.
True.
Oh, that's why things are going pretty
But
bad.
it's
It sounds
it's
like a
still
lot of
pretty bad.
politics and hoops to jump
It is-
through when you could just kill the man yourself.
It'll make their entire clan poison if they don't do anything about it, and then
Yeah.
they'll lose the support of everyone else.
It'll cause a lot of internal conflict if people start to feel like there's corruption or any faulty leadership.
Internal and interclan, international. That'd be a huge scandal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, and it doesn't have to be. All he has to do is bring himself to justice.
Jesus.
This place is so wild.
Just under his breath, without actually saying anything, Stein just mouths, "What the fuck?"
Jupiter thinks it internally, but at this point he's just like, wow, these people are so fucked up.
Like, he gets it. He's like, honor duels back in Camlin, but whoa, okay.
You
I mean, I
prefer someone
guess-
else bring him to justice rather than himself.
Yeah,
Why deny the person who's owed revenge?
I like the way you think, Jupiter.
That's what honor duels are in Camlin. Camelot.
Is repentance more important than revenge, or no?
No, of course not.
They could never pay
Hmm.
for what he did with one life.
Until repentance can travel through time, it doesn't mean shit.
So what does it mean to repent?
To admit your fault, admit your weakness, make your victims whole, and if you cannot, well then, yeah, Sudoku.
My Tyrekian is a little rusty, but I think the word you're looking for is not Sudoku.
That's the number.
This is-
Yes,
It's a
you're
little bit
thinking of
of,
Sabara.
Yeah, Sabaro. That's
Oh,
the
no,
one.
that's it. Okay, alright.
I am intentionally avoiding the word.
I was gonna say, yeah.
The word is harakiri. It's traditional.
Big Brain Academy.
That's the name of the ritual where you do the Sudoku in. But
Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah, no, the Sudoku. We'll name the tradition, but not the Sudoku.
Ritual disemboweling.
The ancient ritual of Helen Keller.
It's very painful.
Killer.
Yeah, what the fuck? Don't get that reference.
I don't either.
It was like Harakiri.
Oh, okay.
Said it like stupid.
The tradition of Helen Keller.
We did it. We did it.
We did it.
We got
But
that.
Anyways,
Let's go talk to Victor Stein, maybe.
yeah.
Hey, give me someone else to be mad at.
before we
I'm so
defend everyone.
sorry.
You guys head out to the prison, really.
Yeah, he should hopefully still be there.
Yeah. And sure enough, he is gone.
No.
No.
They
Son
have
of a bitch.
they do have him in prison,
Okay.
and he is there and waiting. It takes a little bit for people to you kind of get questioned a little bit. We'll circumvent that because they basically just ask, "What's your relation? Why are you here?" and that sort of thing, and they clear you guys eventually. You guys are brought to a cell where you can see him. There's bars between you, and he is there, chained up.
Playing yourself, criminal scum. No, somebody else better do this.
Probably Alistair.
Oh boy. Okay.
They
I,
have him strapped up like
I will real quick. Sorry, as we're approaching, probably long before we get to the prison house. Actually, as we're discussing, we have things to sell.
Yeah.
I am gonna pull out the dust of corrosion and I'm gonna hold it up and I'm gonna kind of look to Alistair, and then oh god, I have to. All right, let's do this. And I walk over to Alistair and I hand him the pouch. This is the dust, the dust of corrosion. It could be a good bargaining chip.
Okay. I hate it, but okay.
Yeah, I just, here you go.
I'll think about it. Thanks.
Hey, never mind. He walks off.
Makes so much sense in character, but I'm dying out of character and I hate it. I love it though. Oh,
All right, back to the jailhouse. You have it.
You got this, friend. You're fierce. Channel it.
Yeah, you guys reach the cell. He doesn't say anything to you as you approach. He just remains kind of slumped.
how you doing, Victor?
Sassy. Alistair's sassy today.
Have you come to mock me?
No, I thought about it several times, but I'm still here trying to get that information. You know what I want to know. And I don't get why you can't just tell me. You're the one who told me to go there to begin with.
Half of the initiation is being able to get there.
Okay. Does it say how I... It's just getting there. It's not how I go about it, right?
Correct.
Okay then, Victor, I've got a proposition for you. In my pocket, I've got a little pouch. I'm sure you're aware of what
I
that
should-
pouch could be.
I should mention that
There are guards here, aren't there?
there are guards.
Yeah.
Never mind. Can't do that. Back that up a little bit. Right. Well, if you're not going to tell me, there's no sense in talking to you. Did anyone else want to know anything? Or are we just here for... What else are we here for? Oh, yeah, the weird statue thing.
Yeah, the statue thing in Stein. If there's any connection there.
Why'd you kill Creature?
I know why he killed Creature. I don't fully blame him for it.
Creature was my mistake that I needed to atone for.
Were you willing to make another mistake and let that mud witch go free? Because you could have easily done that.
I witnessed all of your actions and felt you were pretty capable of handling her.
Look at what
Was
happened
I-
to me.
Was I wrong?
Really? You looked at us and you saw a bunch of fire?
Well, I'll take you at your words for that, but I still think it was stupid.
Perhaps. It was certainly a selfish choice, and I do apologize for putting that burden on all of you.
All right, well, if you can't tell me about that thing, do you know about any statue that you would be on?
Statue of me? No.
Yeah, no?
Or Franklin.
Or, yeah.
Or Franklin? Yeah, Franklin's your ancestor, right?
Yes, there are probably some statues of him lingering. Many have been destroyed, I'm sure.
But why does he have statues? What did he do?
At a time, he was a brilliant physician. He
Yeah.
utilized Tirnanog as a catalyst for healing. He was able to cure many diseases, illnesses, mend bones, and heal wounds far quicker than any other magic or mundane healing were capable of.
Huh.
theorized that we could use dreams as a means of healing, using hope, positive energies. And for a time, that proved successful.
Really?
In
Wouldn't have
his
expected that.
dabblings, he made a deal that started the 100 Years' War. And that is forever what he is remembered as, the catalyst for some of the greatest destruction that this world has seen.
Boy, he's the reason the 100-Year War started? He made some deal? Do I know that? Did I know that before this? I feel like I would have.
It's gotten brought up kind of indirectly a couple times.
Okay.
Franklin essentially made a. Franklin was one of the instigators that essentially shepherded Avalon into existence.
Okay.
I forget where we learned this, but we did learn this.
Yeah.
This might have actually just been a knowledge check, so this might be things that you just straight up already knew.
Yeah. I think
I think that was my dream check.
Victor might have also mentioned it last time we talked, like very kind of briefly.
Really? Okay.
Not the whole thing, but a small version.
But yeah, essentially, in his working with kind of using Tirnanog and the Feywild as kind of this like catalyst for healing, he became very intimate with the denizens of Tirnanog, and that eventually led to them trying to like, hey, what if we bring a piece of the Feywild into the more material plane and kind of make it a real thing, and that had terrible repercussions and eventually sparked the 100 Years' War, where a bunch of other denizens from other planes of existence came in, particularly nightmares, especially, and began to like ravage the land. And what of this statue? What does that have to do with me?
I just knew he was related to you. Had a friend who was curious about it. He had seen the place in dreams, the statue. I'm not entirely sure what it means. I'm not a dream wizard or whatever you called it.
I see.
Dream doctor. That was the word. Yep. The kobold that you saw with us. I think he might have had a helmet on at the time.
Yes, I recall.
His name is Stain too, so. Well, it's Stein. Sorry. Stain's the one with the helmet. Stein's the one without the helmet. It's very confusing. I don't want to get you caught up in that.
Let's see. Well, if that statue does remain, I hope it's been maintained. For his faults, he did. I would like to believe that he was trying to do the right thing. I don't think that the good that came of his actions should all be wiped away because of a mistake.
I respect that. I hope it's good too. You're right. The work that he did saved lives, so it'd be wrong of us to discredit that. Well, thank you for speaking with me. If you aren't willing to disclose that information, or at least even a hint, come on, just a little one.
I can point the general direction out on a map if you have one.
Oh yeah, we have one of those now. Here it is. Look, it's laid out perfectly for you. Ignore the weird doodles on it. Those are going to be normal, probably.
Of course. Well, fortunately for you, it's already been mapped.
Oh. Well, that's convenient. Don't like the tentacles surrounding it, but we'll figure something out.
That is the problem with travel.
What's the deal with the tentacle? Or are we there, or is it just Alistair?
I'd
kind
assume
of-
you guys were behind me.
I assume
don't
you're
Yeah.
all in there, yeah.
I
Just in the
kind of
back.
assume you guys are all kind of maybe, yeah, just like it's essentially like a hallway with a bunch of cells that you guys probably just like leaned against the one wall and Alistair's up against the bars.
Yeah, do I get the sense that part of the plan might be at some point potentially to bust this boy free or get him out of here?
No, only Jupe and Alistair have been informed of that.
Okay.
I mean, like, I don't know, man. I have no idea. I was just making sure that Alistair was aware he had a bargaining chip.
It's an option.
All right.
Yeah.
What's the deal with the tentacles? I take
Well,
it those
that's-
aren't just there for flavor. Or actually, do I
Yeah.
know?
They're somewhat abstracted, but there is troubling waters surround Neverland, and they prevent most ships from entering. Even a very skilled sailor to travel those waters.
I see. Rough currents, monsters. The person who made this map was meticulous with their detail, and these tentacles, for instance, are not there by fluke, so I have to assume that these are not as well.
Yes, there are monsters, currents, hard rocks, formations. Pretty much every sailor's nightmare.
I wouldn't use a looking glass to get there.
Some do. The issue is that most looking glasses require an understanding of the location you are traveling to. Neverland
Damn.
tends to be difficult to perceive. If you haven't been there personally, it can be difficult to travel to by chance.
Hmm.
So you're welcome to try, but know that if your magic misses, you'll likely end up in sea, and the beasts and currents will swiftly take care of you.
Right. Fair point. Do I know if he's been like sentenced to death or anything, or is he waiting trial here? What is his deal?
A waiting trial, basically.
Well, I hope they hear your full case and deem
Like
you
both-
to not be a. Well, I guess you are a murderer regardless, but at least an innocent quote unquote one. Maybe I'll see you in Neverland when I finally get there.
Find that very doubtful.
Do you doubt me getting there, or do you doubt you getting back there? Just so I'm clear, know if I should be offended.
Doubt that you will see me there.
Oh, well, then that's just a little sad.
You didn't answer the question.
do wish you luck in your travel, and to your very bandaged friend. I hope that that statue has been maintained. He kind of looks over to you, Stein, and kind of glances over the rest of you.
Well, I'm glad you succeeded in getting your revenge. I hope it was worth it to you.
It was never revenge.
Every time I say something, he just makes more questions. I hate this. What do you call it then?
The end of a long series of mistakes.
Am I supposed to pry for more information, or do you not want me to? I'm sorry, I'm real bad at this talking thing, and you're making it difficult. No.
Give me a persuasion roll.
Phew, here goes.
Good luck. Oh no.
Why did you come to speak with me? What did you hope to gain?
I thought at one point we could have been allies. I thought you would be willing to give the information about Neverland up, but I don't know. Partly came here for a friend, if you wanted to know about that statue, and you're the best link we had to it.
Where was the statue? Do you know what it looked like?
I'll look to Stain and see if he wants to give up that information or not. That's up to him.
Look at the map. There's no real label about where it is. The cathedral is, well, defunct now.
Wait, the cathedral's an actual place? I thought it was just a place inside your head.
No, it's a place.
Oh, that makes things make more sense.
Yeah, it's just called the Dream Cathedral. Yeah. I couldn't live inside my head all this time.
I don't know. There was already more than one of you in there. I wasn't sure, like, how that worked.
Oh, right. This might have been foreshadowing for something that happens later. Who knows?
You were at the Dream Cathedral.
I lived there as one of its guardians.
What happened to that place?
Sucks in
Wait,
a breath. Yeah.
Wait.
Uh,
He tells you, you tell me a little bit more about Neverland. They didn't say how I had to get across this information, and making you tell me, I think, works. I did roll a 1, I understand.
This is a little different. I would give you another persuasion check. You're driving a hard bargain. He's curious. Wondering if I'm going to give him a roll.
Okay.
I was gonna say, if he does a high insight, they could potentially close the gap. But it was a 1. Who knows?
but it could have been a 0 or a -1, and it wasn't.
True.
Like, it has nothing. It's less about like you got a 1 on your persuasion roll, and it's more of like how valuable is this information to him?
That's fair.
Because personally, he seems pretty resigned and happy to just die here in the cell. There is a I'll accept these terms, but before I do, I want to confirm that your friend is actually being to the cathedral.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
Stein, was it? Could you describe the door, the front door of the cathedral?
Do I remember it? Considering
yeah.
we've been losing memory. Yeah.
Weirdly, your memories, the only thing that has been fading is your memories of Atropos and like his name and like
Anything
Sure.
we've done together or he's made me do.
it's not even that those memories are fading, they just seem to get kind of like washed out. Almost like
Oh.
Atropos just becomes this like, yeah, there was somebody with me. I don't remember who it was. They
Yeah.
were important to me, but the memory, the face, the name, all that
Yeah.
just kind of like fades into a weird obscurity.
Yeah. I wouldn't remember like say, oh, one day Atropos was like, hey, there's a butterfly over there. I want you to taste it. Can you eat that butterfly for me? I would remember eating the butterfly. I wouldn't remember him asking me.
Kind of, or you would remember like somebody
Someone did.
somebody
Yeah.
asked you to eat this butterfly, and you felt like it was a good idea,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. But as far as like the cathedral itself, you remember that quite vividly, and you were able to begin to describe it.
I describe its most like prominent feature. It's both.
Yeah. All right. Very well.
You've been there?
Yes. Some years ago, briefly.
Funny, we don't normally let people leave.
Well, there was no one to stop me.
Oh, that recently. Right. Then you know its current status.
I don't know how it came to that, though.
All right. Did he tell you everything you need, Ali?
He was about to and then didn't.
Yeah, I'll wait.
If you wish to reach Neverland by ship, you'll need a navigator who's capable and has traveled the waters before. Someone with a map of the area. There are few individuals with such a map. Several of them have worked on the flotilla, if you're familiar.
Just a little bit. He'll shoot a glance over at Jupiter. Okay. Find the map somewhere in the flotilla. Got it.
Many of them have their own agendas and tasks, so it may be expensive to hire them. It's a decent travel for them. Even as expert sailors, it will take them probably a month.
Whew. Okay. Good to know.
Depending on the time of year, that is. Specifically, it'll take them about a month for them to go from the
Here.
from the
to
flotilla there and then back.
Right.
Oh, okay.
So it could take like 2 weeks for you guys to get there.
That tracks.
Alternatively, there are a few individuals near the coast who are capable. Though many are superstitious, and the waters have been hostile recently, which is why we've been using the flotilla more often. They're more willing to make a wide berth of any mooring areas.
Yeah, they seem to know what they're doing.
Do you have specific names, or just, you know that they're there somewhere?
There are a handful of names that I could provide for you. But I will provide those after I have received a few of my own answers.
Understood.
Sure, if I can, or Stein can. If he wants.
Stein, what became of that place? What caused the disrepair and abandonment?
Ultimately, time. But the inciting incident was, and he tells the story again. I don't know how much people here already know. I think I've said it before already, and I'm worried about just repeating the same story again.
Yeah, but essentially you
Yeah,
tell him about like Goblet and Tankard,
I do. Yeah,
and do you reveal anything about Atropos or any of the other stuff? Or
I
not?
actually forget. I think it's a character for him to forget
Yeah,
about Atropos.
you don't mention Atropos, but you do mention
Yeah,
the other things.
yeah. That Tankard and Goblet found other spirits, became vessels for them, and basically killed everyone. And now that there's no more veil that keeps everything out, no more mist, whatever they called it,
Yeah,
because the relics no longer have any power. This place is no longer hallowed ground, basically. And once I left after burying everyone to find like help, that's the last I saw of the place.
and it's been over 10 years since then.
That's right.
Um, what is everybody's passive insight?
7 million. Hang on. 21.
10.
16. What? 21?
Yeah.
Anyone with 14 or higher can see the face of somebody who was very resigned to their fate and was very just like apathetic and kind of just done. It suddenly has this like switch of like, oh, that's really bad, and suddenly seems very invested and aware,
Right.
and like, oh, this something about that is like really flipped a switch.
I don't know if I should tell him. I just asked the others, like, I don't know if I should tell him what we're doing now. I'm looking for Tankard and Goblet. We figured out what they might be doing. At least what Goblet's doing.
Yeah. Boy, that's going to have to be up to you. I'm concerned that he might not like that we're wanting to find and potentially cooperate with them. But maybe he will. Maybe he wants to team up. I really don't know what to expect. I don't know what his motives are, right?
I want to get those spirits out of them.
Absolutely.
I want them to come see sense. It's not who they are. They're only doing this because they're possessed. And because they're sad. Sadness does terrible things to people.
episode title.
This is terrible things to be.
Yeah, that sounds
Yeah.
about right.
That's a campaign title, actually.
This does terrible things to people.
Certainly. I think we're all on the same page. I don't know what he wants out of all of this. Maybe he wants them dead. That's what I'm worried about. Or maybe he doesn't. Maybe he wants everything preserved and safe. It's really hard to say.
We could just ask.
I'm down
What-
for that.
What are your thoughts, Mr. Stein?
You don't seem as troubled by that as I would expect.
Troubled by everyone dying? Or
The spirits.
well, that's because we're going to find them. And whatever the spirits are, I've never interacted with them. I don't know what they're like. All I know is they've somehow convinced them to let my friends to convince my friends to let them possess them. And they might be terribly powerful creatures. But
Incredibly.
the fact is, I don't know anything about them.
Not anymore.
Were any of the people attending the chapel aware of their purpose?
What do I know about them, I guess?
Not a ton, honestly. Like, it was weird. Like, you guys were there to monitor the place, and there was presumably some kind of a purpose, but everybody just kind of like went about their day and did their work, but nobody really knew why.
Right. Everyone lived in there. They preach. They say the stories. Me and the other hounds of Avalon, we just stand at the cardinal directions, do a patrol, change shifts. That's about it. We don't really talk about it. I just know what we did was important.
As you are possibly the only remaining person from that church with any of their sanity left, you need to get those spirits back to the church and lock them up.
Oh, they have to go back to the church.
Yes. They cannot be let to roam free.
That's all right. That was my first plan. It's just I don't know how. Perhaps we can convince them one by one to follow us. He doesn't seem very sure. You can tell like he had a plan, he just didn't have like any specifics. His plan was very much, I'm gonna go there, I'm gonna bring them back.
So, did they each take 4 of the spirits?
No.
Oh?
They took 7.
Just 7.
He tries to
Oh.
count. Yeah, 7.
What happened to the 8th?
He kind of, as if suddenly remembering. Right. And then I think he remembers someone saying, "Don't tell anyone." The person he doesn't remember used to say, "Don't tell anyone about me or keep me a secret." And recently just said, You can tell these people because this is Dyer. But he's not a part of these people. And he's just like, maybe they took him too. That's a lie. I couldn't deceive. I'm not good at deception though. Oh, it turns out oh my god, what the fuck is this passive perception?
Normal. Don't
Would you
worry
like me
about
to roll a deception?
Yes, please.
it. Good luck.
21.
Yeah, he scrutinizes you and doesn't seem to question it. Well, he kind of looks around and he's like chained up, so he can't do a ton. It is very important, if you can, I am going to give you some information about Neverland.
Ooh.
As if asking permission for the deal.
So, on Neverland, you will find the Witch Hunters Academy. It's an academy that was started as a means to fight against witches that were created by the Mad Hatter. On that island, there are people that have been expertly trained to hunt witches and other monstrous entities and collect and destroy any hats that have been discovered in order to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Over the next week or so, he will also give you guys some names of individuals who are capable of taking you by ferry up there. One of those names includes Gatsby.
God damn it.
Who's Gatsby?
Oh, God. You'll find out soon enough.
But yeah, he will give you some more information about. He'll also mention a couple of other witch hunters, but I'll send you the full details of that over the course of the week, Alistair. And essentially goes over and tells you kind of like the witch hunters are divided into several ranks. The Van Helsings are the top, the highest rank of monster hunters. And then the huntsmen and huntresses are the second rank. And beneath that are the trainees, where if you were wishing to join our ranks, that's where you would start. There are also professors who are essentially the retired huntsmen that spend their twilight years instructing all of the trainees. The organization remains largely politically neutral. Our goals are just to eradicate any of the Hatter's creations and prevent monsters from terrorizing and destroying any of the land.
I mean, that sounds good to me. Like,
The organization was also started by Abraham Van Helsing. The Van Helsing name is then taken by any of the highest ranking Academy members as a tribute, I suppose.
right. The original Van Helsing can still be alive. That'd be silly.
No, he's long since passed, I'm afraid.
Okay, good. I was afraid my note was more literal. Okay. Well, hell yeah.
When
okay.
you get there, I need you to inform the other professors and instructors of your friends, Goblet and Tankard. They need to be found, and those spirits need to be taken.
Right.
Understood. All right. We'll do this. He looks at everyone else. But would you do me a favor?
Perhaps. I am somewhat restricted in the favors that I can give.
All right. I just want you to live. I want you to live until they let you out so I can duel you.
Give me a persuasion check.
I'm not good at those.
Neither am I. It's okay.
Ooh, I have a thing for this. Lets me reroll failed persuasion check once. Let me just. Oh, I haven't
Believe
got
in
a.
you.
I haven't got a macro of it, but I assume that one fails, right?
Yeah. Within 8 fails.
Yeah. Let's do one more time. No.
Damn.
We've been helping each other this
Yeah.
whole time. It's
Yeah. Does not have a help from
You know what? Sure, I'll give it to you.
Oh my gosh! Yay!
yay.
Well, now I can't use this until the next long rest.
You would condemn me to live with what I've done then.
What have you done? What have you done that death can pay off, that you can't pay off with your own hands? Death doesn't pay for death.
If you want to atone for something, you have to do something about it, not just die.
Can death pay for life?
Feel
I don't
targeted.
know. I don't know if magic is like that. I don't know if death can pay for life. All I know is sometimes you must do. Hold on. He's saying he's like hold on. And he pushes back like the feathers on his head as if preventing something from happening. Sometimes the best form of revenge is to live a good life.
I have no interest in revenge.
But I do.
But if this is what you require, then I shall keep my tongue for now. I can't do anything should the magistrates of the Fox province see me put to death, but I will stay my own hand for now.
He nods.
All I ask is that you try. We can't control fate. What's Jupiter doing back there?
Nothing.
He just makes a face every time you talk about hope or faith or love or emotions because he has none.
You sound a little salty. Boy.
Boy, somebody give me
Insight?
Jupe, give me a DM hint roll. Whatever
Sure.
you feel like. A DM nudge roll, I guess.
DM nudge roll. Here's an insight.
Well, how could do the secret sipping?
You didn't see nothing. It's a 21.
Maybe that's what you sipping.
Jupiter sees it.
I don't actually. My passive is only 18.
Oh.
For
Aw.
perception, anyway. My insight's 21.
Oh, it's your 19 was your DM hit. Right.
Yeah.
Um, you get the sense that as one of the only people who is still very, as you and Kohaku are the only ones who are very aware of Atropos still, it occurs to you that Victor, given his seeming knowledge of these spirits, might be able to know what was going on, or might at least be able to provide some insight.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
Ooh,
Oh
man.
boy! Oh boy!
I will also mention that you also don't have to go with him. There are potentially other people that you could question about it, but
Understood. But we're semi-friendly. The question is whether it's worth ratting out staying right in front of him. I guess it would be a. You know what? Actually, this is perfect because this is a good measure to. Yeah, we're gonna find out what this organization actually does with these kobolds when they catch them. Yeah, Jupiter's gonna gamble. Here we go. He steps forward and he says, I think I know where that 8th spirit is."
do
And he just kind of like nods and looks down to Stain.
in you.
Or it was anyway. We think something might have happened to it. You don't know anything about that, do you?
What happened to it?
We don't know. He was in dire danger. He should have died by all rights, but this thing intervened. It seemed to sacrifice itself, or at least severely damage itself, to save him. We've seen weird visions using magic. He appeared to be in a corrupted state, or a broken state of some sort. There have been issues with memory ever since. Not only in him, but in some of us that have been nearby.
I'm gonna give him an Arcana check. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get one of you, whoever is feeling the most lucky, you can roll an Arcana check for him.
Oh, Lord.
Uh, He has a +9.
Ooh.
Gotta be you, Frisk, right?
Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
Here.
What do you?
I
What
need
we
you to roll a
roll?
d20 +9.
Okay, d20 plus 9.
Yep. Don't fuck it up this time.
We've been rolling garbage all day. Hey!
Attaboy. Okay.
If it needs
Uh,
it.
I mean, he'll take it.
Sick.
says, "You said this spirit sacrificed itself for him? I don't understand what occurred specifically."
We were in the middle of a brawl. Our lives were in danger. There were some bandits that we were fending off. They had a very large monster that was maybe 20 times his size and should have crushed him like a flea by all rights. He was dead to rights. Instead, he held his hand out and resisted this thing as if he was 40 times his own strength, and then dropped unconscious. Stayed unconscious for a long time, eventually woke up in critical condition, and we've been nursing him back to health ever since. He's been slowly healing, but his health has been recovering even faster than expected, and some of his injuries are, well, Stein, do you mind?
He's in a full cast, like you.
Oh, right, yeah, shit.
He's got the full like chest cast. Currently.
It's like I can't remove the
Oh,
cast.
yeah, no, that's fair. His injuries have been filled in supernaturally by what appears to be dark glass, almost like condensed mana or magic of some sort. We can't quite make heads or tails of what it is, but we believe it may be linked to the spirit that was in him.
Which spirit did you have?
Oh, I don't know if I'm ready for that yet. Jupiter will at least look over his shoulder to get like a nod or a head shake from Stein.
Apparently, it was called Atropos.
Weirdly, the name doesn't strike him. He just kind of looks at you a little curiously and says, "But which sin was it?"
I don't think it had an associated sin. The problem is I forgot a lot about Atropos.
It was neither ruby, emerald, sapphire, quartz, moonstone, or topaz,
Or amethyst.
What are those? Those are gems.
You see him, his face begins to kind of like, he looks down and begins to like process, and you can see his expression begin to shift a lot as he's trying to go over what he's kind of hearing. And it says, "That's not possible." And then the wall behind you guys is smashed open, and a large bony claw
What?
Oh
steps
no!
forward. And that's where we're going to pick up next week.
No!
The doctor said I can't fight.
fuck.
I will literally die in one hit. I'm a level 1 kobold.
Drop no item.
Why didn't I ping for undead?
I will drop no loot.
Shit.
I left all my stuff in my
Ugh.
room.
Drake.
All I have is a coin
Yeah.
purse.
Drake.
It's 7 o'clock.
Now I'm gonna be even more anxious all week. Please, we are playing next week, right? We're still
Yes.
on? Okay, we got one more.
Okay, good.
Okay,
Ugh.
thank God.
One more week on at least. Maybe 2. We'll see
Christ.
how far we get. Stuff.
Oh, why is this game so stressful?
You guys got some downtime, and
We
you got to
did.
do.
Well,
Uh-huh.
this downtime has been more stressful than the adventure.
I will also say, you guys are able to get your shopping done. Poke me about any shopping stuff you want to do
Oh,
during the week, and
Can we just split the money?
Well, let's
get that done.
yeah, real quick. We only have like 2 more things to sell, unless we want to get rid of magic items. It's these. Yeah,
Yeah, what is the small silver lockbox worth?
it's literally just a silver lockbox. There's nothing fancy. It's just it's made of silver, so it might be worth something.
It is silver,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, for the 2 of those things, Kaku's divination bones, which are magical, they have some. They're not like magical, but they're magically usable,
Right.
I guess. So you get like 40 gold pieces for the 2.
Sick. The only other thing is that we have a bunch of burned loot that we need to clean and then fence. I think we decided we don't want to do it in Kohan because that's where it was headed. So
Right.
we
You don't want to do it because Toshikuni might be upset.
Yeah, and also because there
Alternatively-
doesn't seem to be organized crime here. At least there's not like a thieves guild or something. So we'll have to wait until we can find one.
Right, like the weird thing about Gohan is that so much of the like a lot of stuff that would typically be like organized crime in a lot of places is kind of done above board or like in establishments that are pretty like high end.
Right.
It's all like high end crime stuff for the most part.
Right.
I also strongly disagree. If Giuseppe was hanging out with Nibutani and she's chill with him, that evokes for me an environment where organized crime can develop pretty easily, right?
Maybe.
Sure.
I don't think Nibutani really knew Giuseppe though, right?
I guess
Or
the issue
Tokyo.
isn't is
Like,
less
she
of
was
a
batty.
organized crime as a whole and more like the scale of it. It's not like there's a collective of pickpockets and fences. It's all like wealthy
Sure.
business owners who are like doing shady black market shit on the side.
Either way, I will hold on to all that until we get to another town where there aren't people watching for it.
As an alternative, not to push you in a direction, but you guys know Toshikuni vaguely. You could try and just be like, "Hey, we found your shit if you want it."
Oh, he was mean to Kohaku. I don't want to help his business.
Also
Yeah,
fair.
he was an ass.
Yeah, we do
It
not
was a-
support his business,
It was a jerk.
He was kind of a jerk.
even though his house won a lot of money from us.
Oh, it's okay. I've ruined their wine. That'll set them back.
Ruined their wine.
Oh yeah, I haven't told anyone. Top shelf. Oh, one of their wine bottles from the top shelf just mysteriously crashed. It was the craziest thing.
Oh.
That'll show them.
He did also have an entire wall destroyed.
Wait, that was probably my gift.
No. I watched you give.
I gave him the fanciest bottle of wine he has.
You gave him. Actually, I'm going to
Gave
bite
him
my
that
tongue.
afterwards.
Well,
What?
Mr. Kaku, you gave him the fanciest bottle of wine that you could afford.
Oh,
Ears down. How dare you? And I spent 40 gold on that bottle.
It was the most expensive. Oh yeah, I was.
You're not calling me poor. Listen, I don't care if you call me poor. I am poor. I have no money. My family pays for everything I want, and they are not poor.
Oh,
They
understood.
can afford a $40 or a 40 gold bottle, no problem. How dare you?
Understood. Right. You know,
Make
just
a memory roll.
with the cash that you had on hand, of course. I'm certain that your family would set him up with a much nicer bottle of wine.
Yes, and my family has such a good reputation across the entire country of Tairiku that I wouldn't need to have any cash on hand to buy a bottle. I could just buy it. and charge it to my family.
True.
Yeah. Stein can't say anything about this, but Stain was be like, "You totally spent money on it, though."
Well, listen, that's
Love
because
this
this war is tearing my country apart. I don't know what's happening. Am I the noblest noble? I feel like I am.
I think you are. For the record, every noble we've come across, I think you might be the most noble.
Yeah.
Which is saying something.
noblest noble.
Unbelievable.
I need
Yeah, there's Tyriku is in this weird transitionary state where it's like there's no emperor to answer to. Everyone's at war with one another. Like a lot of these social like structures and norms are starting to like fully collapse in on themselves.
Wild.
It's worse than that, right? Because when there's no emperor, there are 5 emperors, right?
Right.
Right.
Everyone with a claim is going to be it's
Yeah. So now everybody is like vying for that claim and basically pretending that they're emperor and entitled to all of Tyriku.
This is an 80s novelist's dream. It's just the idea that when one thing goes wrong, our society just collapses.
Yeah.
Which has been proven to happen time and time again.
Yes, because my uncle was obviously next in line, and now people are pretending that's not the case, even though I guess he's summoning demons.
I was going to say, it sounds like there is literal demonic infiltration across a lot of Eastern Tyriku, so like,
Okay, so he answers to that and goes to the next in line.
well, yeah, for sure. No, what I'm saying is like, you might be the reason that people are going nuts is because their leadership is actually going nuts because of actual demons. What I'm saying is, I think your rants about demonic blood stuff ruining everything is true. I think the world's going to shit because of demons. I think you're right.
I've never told a lie.
Amazing.
Never told a lie that I didn't fully believe myself.
Uh-huh.
True.
So we level up twice, right?
But yeah. I hope everybody likes their gifts.
I do. It saves me so much to like build work